And hello and welcome.
Hey!
Hello, hello, hello. How do I get rid of it? Yay, there it is. Hi. Should have practiced that before. That's okay too.
We are professionals.
We've
We
done this
are,
so many
absolutely.
times.
So many times. You think we'd have it by now, and yet.
It's
So hello and welcome
okay.
to whatever this is and whatever we're calling it. No, it's our last final and um, uh, shortened version of Holocon for Pride, for the end of the COVID era, for all the things in preparation for our Yellow Brick Road to Las Vegas, which is
Wait, there's going to be
month.
that? That's going to be a
There is
thing?
gonna be that.
No, the Yellow Brick Road. I know Star Trek Las Vegas is going to be a thing, but I'm
Yes,
like,
yes. Well, this is the I don't know.
Except
Yes, yes,
we're
yes.
doing the Wiz version because I want to
course, of
sing
course.
these on down the road because it's a great song.
Of course, the Wiz
Maybe
version, obviously.
Sims can draw us all easing down the road.
Oh, that would be so
That would be lovely.
cute.
Isn't it fun, viewers, how we workshop things live?
Isn't it? That's how you know it's real. That's how you know the ideas are organic. I don't know. We didn't steal the ideas. That's what I meant. Avi. We didn't steal the ideas. You see them happening live, so you know we didn't steal them.
I was going to say real as an opposed to like, we need to prove that we're not AI or something.
Right. Well, I mean, I just read something today and it was like, voice actors are mad because now they have like AI voice acting in video games.
Oh my
Voice
god!
actors are pissed off. So yes,
rightfully
AI?
so.
I know a couple of them.
I would
I
be
know
too.
a couple of those guys personally, so I'm sure they are.
All right.
Yeah, for sure.
Now on to what we're here with. So Gay, So Virtual.
Pride 2021.
Yes, yay! So exciting, so exciting. So I was going to say we have a few surprises for you today, but everything today is a surprise because we didn't release a schedule. So you're welcome. No, I hope that everyone out there has a great time with us today. This is we've done these before, obviously, right? And I feel like they were way more formal and everything, and this one's kind of laid back. We just wanted to give you guys, a big push before STLV, get some information out about that too, and still have some educational, wonderful content for you all day as well. So we appreciate you being here. In just a moment, we're going to launch into our first thing, which is with Callie. So anyone who has any other thoughts or announcements before we get started?
Check out our YouTube channel.
We're live on there right now. And we'll be adding more content there.
But also we have more content that we just added yesterday. We've got all kinds of cool stuff from past conventions, some other videos that are really just YouTube exclusives. Yes. Go check them out. It's just Lambda Quadrant on YouTube.
That little bell. No, don't do that, please. Don't do that.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And hey, you Twitch watchers, have I told you about Twitch Prime?
Smash
the whole
that
dollar
subscribe button.
Smash the button. Yeah, you don't have to do that. Whatever.
If you want people to subscribe, if you're watching us on YouTube, please.
But we are raising money for
Pop Culture Hero Coalition.
Pop Culture Hero Coalition. So
because they pop. Mm-hmm.
So that's Chase Masterson's charity. Please give money. Is it through the shop button on Facebook? Again,
is it? We got to check. If not, just go directly there and give it to them and tell them we sent you.
Yeah, exactly. You can give them a note.
Yeah, the important thing is for people to learn about it and to send the money where it needs to go. So Pop Culture Hero Coalition.
With the lovely Chase Masterson, who is a friend of the Lambda Quadrant and a just overall amazing person. She is
a delightful human.
Just a delightful human. Literally the best. So.
All right. That's all I can think of to add.
Cool.
Also, so should we give an intro for the group?
We definitely should.
I think so. The USS Gerard Holder, which is named after, in very loving memory of a man named Gerard Holder, who I was lucky enough to know. He actually went to high school with my mother, and they were very, very close friends. He was just the kindest man, just a real teddy bear, and a huge Trekkie, and helped work with the New York City Trekkie meetup group. And so he passed away, I believe, 2020. And so in his memory, there's the USS Gerard Holder. And they're here with us for our first panel today.
Yeah, some lovely folks who we just got introduced to, but we're happy to work with. So yeah.
Yeah, and we're going to be doing a sort of informal like Q&A chat about pronouns and like trans Q&A and queer Q&A, and just kind of getting all to know each other better. So let's we ready to bring them on?
I guess so.
Let's do
Let's
the
do
thing.
Woohoo!
Bringing in our friends. So many friends.
Hey.
So many friends.
Hello,
Maybe
everyone.
too many.
Oh, you should take me out.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Okay. Oh my gosh, people are wearing Star Trek uniforms. I feel so underdressed. I have my lower deck jacket right over there.
I have a Horgon on. Does that count?
I have a T-88.
That works.
And where's
My
my
people.
phaser? I have my phaser.
All right. Yeah, we're good. We got protection.
Yeah. So we're here to do some LGBT Q&A.
I
I just made that up just now. And some folks who were in your group submitted some questions ahead of time, right? Like, because some folks wanted to maybe ask things anonymously, and that's totally fine. Sort of the purpose of this is to just foster understanding, right? So we are entering into this discussion with the spirit of good faith and understanding each other, and asking questions that it's probably important and vital to know the answers to, but aren't always the most comfortable things to talk about in every situation. And I am a person who is kind of an open book on trans stuff. I am maybe a little more likely to make you uncomfortable than you are to make me uncomfortable, because I'm lucky enough that I can be, out and open publicly without risking a lot. I'm secure in my family, secure in my friends groups, secure in my career, all that sort of stuff. So I'm very privileged in that respect. And so I don't really have any, the only barrier that I have is that I will not discuss what my dead name was. Aside from that, it's pretty open. So I
Should you explain what that means, even just in case?
I think it's a good idea.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So colloquially, trans folks generally call the name that they were given at birth their dead name. If they, because not everybody changes their name. Some folks are fine, keeping their name, but generally speaking, people will say like my old name or my dead name, or something along those lines. So yeah, and that's the only thing that's off limits for me. I'll talk about surgeries and sex stuff and all of that if you want to know. But so yeah, so this is obviously a really big conversation in the consciousness right now. We have this horrific epidemic of anti-trans legislation that is happening all across the country, targeting kids and adults in sports and healthcare. There's a bill in Tennessee that will require restaurant owners, people who own establishments, to put warning signs on their bathrooms if they let trans people use their bathrooms. There are several bills aimed at keeping trans kids out of sports, college athletes too. And part of the reason that this is happening, I think, is because, gay rights is, first of all, we're still not all there in that respect. I want to be very clear on that. But it's enough in the public consciousness that people are realizing that, like, oh, almost everybody knows a gay person now. We can't paint them as the enemy anymore, because people are going to be like, no, like, these are my neighbors. This is fine. But in the trans community, there's so many fewer of us that there's sort of a void of information for people to fearmonger into, right? and it's a lot harder to combat misinformation that exists than to fill. If somebody just doesn't know anything about trans stuff, it's much easier to come into that conversation and fearmonger and fill them up with all of this horrible information that makes them think that trans people are evil, we're destroying society, all of that sort of stuff. And so there are lots of folks, I'm one of many, who are trying to sort of get ahead of that and educate people and help people understand that, like, I'm sure in this group of people, it goes without saying that, like, we literally just want to live life, and that's a problem for some people. And yeah, right. And so that's sort of the quick introduction to the conversation. So there's a few folks here. Do we just want to, like, throw a question out? Does somebody want to, like, raise their hand and go first? And I will just say, like I said, no topic is off limits except my dead name. And I am, again, it's all in the spirit of good faith and learning and love. I know you all are approaching this with love, and I am too. So, like, let's do the thing.
Okay. So I wanted to start off first only because when I brought up to Yvette and the crew about, I thought it'd be good to do a panel on pronouns. It was because of something that happened on my job. So lady sent out a memo to all of us, and she's pretty high up, VP, and she had the pronouns there, and folks just got, like, confused and understand what was going on. And people had mentioned that they had saw in a number of memos where people were putting pronouns and they didn't understand what was going on. There was a lot of, discussion, and I'm listening to everyone and I'm, like, saying, wow, we're supposed to be so advanced. We're going to the moon. We got space stations. We have all this going on. And folks still you're getting upset about letters that make up a word. I don't even understand. Just ask the person. And then it was, oh, no, I'm not going to say that. Well, you got a lot of friends. What does that mean? I'm like, oh, my God, now because I have a lot of friends, you're asking me. And I'm like, and then the members on that job that are LGBTQ plus, they're like, well, I don't want to be, like, disrespectful, but what is all that about?
Right,
so
right.
I said to Yvette and the crew, and I says, something, we're gonna have this beautiful relationship with Lambda Quadrant. We're gonna have a lot of people in our group that's gonna be coming to our joint events and everything and hanging out with all of us together. We need to get this correct. So this is the reason why I said we need to just start with,
I love that.
Out on the table.
a round table. How did this all come about?
Yeah.
What does it mean? What does each pronoun mean? When is the appropriate time to use it? And etc. And so forth.
Yeah. Well, and I can start by sort of, like, breaking all of that down. So what you're talking about is the practice where people are putting their pronouns in, like, their email signature, usually at work or even on their display names for live streams. The picture's backwards. I tried to point to it. Like,
I know. I was like,
yeah, it's somewhere under here.
I added mine.
Yeah.
Mine.
And so the idea with that is one, assuming people's pronouns means that you're going to misgender someone and you're going to get someone's pronouns wrong, right? And one of the things that I think is important to do is to remove a lot of the assumptions that we have about gender, and part of that is in language, right? And especially with not every trans person decides to use a new set of pronouns, right? I know plenty of non-binary people that are just like, hey, this is a thing I've realized about myself. I'm not going to change my name or my pronouns, but, like, this is a thing I know about myself, right? And then, there are some people who change a lot of things about the way they present to the world and the language they use to describe themselves. And using the wrong pronouns for a person like that is incredibly hurtful, because there is even in the best of circumstances, there is usually some sort of struggle this person has had to go through to figure themselves out in the cultural context that we live in, right? And so using the correct pronouns for somebody is for most people, pronouns are just a quirk of language, right? It's literally a replacement for a noun, and it's not that big of a deal. But for trans folks, it can be a really big deal. It's a big deal for me, especially as a person who uses they, them. And that's, I kind of have to live in the world where no one is going to assume my pronouns correctly outside of queer spaces, and that's a lot to navigate. And so to make it easier, a lot of people are putting their pronouns in prominent places, Twitter bio, email signature, that kind of thing, because it's sort of it proactively heads off what could be a possibly uncomfortable conversation to have, right? Because while we're sort of in this middle space where the knowledge of trans folks is growing and the acceptance is growing as well, we run into these things where people are like, yeah, I'm going to ask for pronouns, but then they'll only ask for pronouns from people they perceive to be trans. And that's not great.
Right. Like only giving health advice to people who are overweight. It's like, why would you only...
We're saying. We're trying to say.
What are you saying? What are you trying to say, exactly?
Yeah. And so, there's a couple of different approaches in terms of like how to communicate that with people. What I have taken to do, especially outside of queer specific spaces, because the other thing that happens is if you're talking to someone, this person is trans, or maybe you don't know, and you ask them, their pronouns, that can be a situation where you're putting someone in a position where they have to out themselves if they're not in a space that's 100% comfortable.
That's where I'm concerned.
Yeah. And so what I always do is I introduce myself with my pronouns proactively, and that's the tacit invitation for the other person to do the same if they want to. And aside from that, it's actually not super hard to avoid using gendered pronouns in language. It's just something you kind of have to consciously do.
Yes.
So like I do this at, I moderate panels and I give talks and stuff, and especially in Q&As, a lot of times when people are asking questions, it'll be like, oh, the woman back there or the man back there, he has a question, she has a question, right? What I'll do is I'll be like, my friend back there in the blue hat, my friend there wearing the red shirt. We call those positive identifiers, right? Something about a person that is not gendered, right? So those things. So that's kind of the initial way to broach the conversation. There's some like 301 level stuff that gets kind of complicated because there are a certain subset of trans people who are not super friendly to non-binary people. And they are very much like, well, you should assume my pronouns correctly, and I'm going to be offended if you ask my pronouns because that means I'm not doing a good job passing as a woman or a man or whatever. I hate that attitude. Not a fan of it at all.
A lot wrapped up into that too.
Yes.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, and that's where it gets into 301. We could talk for like 4 hours about that, like inner trans community fight. But yeah, so that's sort of the basic primer. Yvette, you had your hand raised. I think you had a question you were going to ask.
Yeah, my question is probably personal from me because I know you said you have a very loving situation where how you came out and how you have been able to deal with your life at this point. I think I want to speak as a parent. How do parents make sure this is positive for their child when it's there's no way it could be good. I mean, not good. I don't even know how to explain it.
No, it's hard.
It's hard. And how, as a parent, you don't want things to be hard for your child, especially not things that they cannot control. Things that you might even think that you internalize and say, did I do this to my child? And believe me, that it's ridiculous to think that, but it does come to your brain. Yeah. And I want to know what worked in your family. What worked to make it a good transition or just a good, positive, growing environment?
Yeah, I mean, I came out when I was 28. So well into adulthood and kind of out on my own. Okay. But I had a kind of a heartbreaking conversation with a friend of mine. My friend was like, I think my kid's trans. I just want to make sure I'm doing everything right. Can you jump on a Zoom call with me? And so we talked for 2 or 3 hours. and my friend was like she has done such a good job raising this kid, and they live in a good community.
Mhm.
So her kid is like 10, 11, 12 years old and doesn't know that transphobia exists. And so she's like, how do I prepare my kid to go out into the world and experience transphobia? Because my kid right now doesn't know that there are people who hate trans people.
Yes.
Oh.
Because
La,
our
la,
family
la.
environment is so good, right? And so she's like, how do I tell my kid about this without making them think that attitude is coming from me? Like, I love you, I accept you, you are who you are in this house. When you go out into the world, there are going to be people who feel differently. And I can't
This is a
imagine.
race. This is the same thing that
Really, this is sounding real familiar.
children have to deal with also. I mean, this
Right.
without any of this other stuff, this is the
Right.
same thing you tell, especially a Black boy,
Right.
before he goes out to play in your house,
Right.
outside of your house. This is wow. This is a lot.
And so for me, I think the important thing is it's been made a little easier now because we have these cultural touchstones for trans stuff. Right. Before it had to be like we had to like go digging really, really deep to find these things. And there was like almost no way that issue would come up organically in conversation based on like a TV show that you watch or a book that you read or something like that. Right. And I think now we're fortunate that we do have some of that. Right. Especially being Star Trek fans. Right. This last season of Discovery, we had our big non-binary moment, which is fantastic. And I think that sort of gives the opportunity to have that conversation. Because like, I mean, kids are smart. Kids know what, if you try to hide your feelings from kids, generally they'll figure out how you actually feel. And I think the parents of trans kids that I have talked to, because I've talked to many, I do a podcast and a lot of people will listen to my podcast and be like, oh my God, I think my kid's trans. I need to talk to you because you're like a trans person that I know. It is not being overly like pushy about it. Like the way some parents approach the sex talk, right? Like, let's sit down and have a conversation and it's going to be real uncomfortable. You know what I mean? But just sort of generally making sure that your kid knows that like queerness is cool here, transness is cool here, whoever you are is good. And you can use those sorts of opportunities like Adira's coming out moment, or some of the characters we have in like Steven Universe and She-Ra, and I feel like those are mostly positive representation, and that's a really good thing to have, I think. And I think sort of all of that together will sort of create a soup that makes a kid feel comfortable. And I think I try really hard not to compare like racism and transphobia, for example, right? Because the cultural context is very different. But there are places where there are overlaps and parallels, right? Because I mean, I've definitely had people say that to me before, like, oh, I have certainly had to have this conversation as someone who is not white in this country, So like, I don't want to, stray like super far out of my lane. Like these are they're not exactly the same thing, but there are definitely parallels that I think you can kind of draw on from that, if that makes sense. What else we got? Yeah.
Hey,
Hi.
Thank you so much for this as well. This has been really wonderful. So I guess just keep it simple. What are the pronouns to use? Like, what's is there a list? Is there, you know what I mean? Is it something that people can customize to a certain degree, or is it like, okay, it's these particular words for these particular folks?
And what they each mean.
Yeah, well, so most trans folks you will find use he, him, she, her, or they, them. And, generally speaking, trans men or non-binary folks who maybe lean that way will use he, him, she, her, sort of the same way that cis people do. And if we don't know, when I say cis, I feel like I've said that a couple of times without explaining it. So there's transgender, right? That means that you don't identify with the gender you were assigned at birth. Cisgender just means that you do, right? It's the so we don't have trans people and normal people. We want to avoid that. It's trans people and cis people, transgender, cisgender. Just to explain that bit of language. And then, yeah, there are lots of folks who use they, them. That's becoming a lot more common. That's what makes the most sense to me as a non-binary person, feeling sort of gender neutral-ish. But there are others, right? The sort of umbrella term that people use is they're neo-pronouns. So you can just like Google the phrase neo-pronouns, and there's a whole bunch of them. Zimzer, I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna forget the others.
Different combinations.
Yeah.
I was like, is there
Yeah.
some standard, or is it just
Yeah. And that'll be something, you know, when you're making introductions, someone will say like, oh, these are my pronouns.
Right.
And in a way that you can sort of like prep for that, to especially like, you know, if you're doing a meetup group and you want to make sure that you're inclusive, like you know, what I always tell people, because I used to be pretty active in the organized atheist space, and I would do a lot of talks in groups like that. And I'm like, please don't wait until you have a trans person there to do this work. Because I have definitely been in the room where I'm like, everybody's like, oh, I don't think I've ever met a trans person before. Swarm. And that's like, and I'm very willing to have these conversations, but that is uncomfortable. So like what you can do is you can look up, you know, neo pronouns, for example. You can look them up and you can kind of like practice using them in sentences. And this was a thing because like in our upbringing, we are conditioned that like the cultural messaging that we get is everyone is a him or a her. And what you choose for that person is based on your perception of how they look. Right. And there's a whole lot of unlearning to do there. And even though I'm a non-binary person, I had to do that as well. Like I had to do work to get used to using they, them for people before I figured out that it was comfortable for myself. And you can, in the sort of like mind-blowing thought experiment that I've seen on the internet for this. I didn't take credit for this. I'm not that creative. But think about like most people use they, them as a gender neutral pronoun already if it's someone you don't know or if it's someone whose gender you don't know, right? So like imagine you find like a lost cell phone on the sidewalk in front of your house or your apartment complex or wherever you live, right? Somebody brings it in like, oh, whose phone is that? And somebody's like, I don't know. They're probably going to want it back though. And it just comes right out. Right.
Yeah.
And so it was a big thing for me realizing that
own the cell phone, right? It's one person owns the cell phone and you say
right.
they. That's where people get confused. Like, but it means more than one person. Well, it doesn't. You say that all the time. Yeah.
Yep.
That's how you explained it to me, Randy. It was,
yeah.
That's
exactly.
how I got it.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
And then the other thing that's important, I think, is that like pronouns are not inherently gendered, right? There's certainly an overlap in terms of like what is common and what is uncommon. But like some people use I have a friend who that's a really complicated story. Never mind. Let's just the work to do is to sort of decouple the idea that pronouns have inherent gender meaning. They're just words that can be, especially you know, if somebody tells you they're non-binary, right? Like that's an umbrella term that says what you are not. It doesn't say what you are. And there are some non-binary people who use she, her, or he, him, or they, them, or any of the sets of neo-pronouns. And so all of the other pronouns are used in the same way that like he, him, or she, her are, in terms of like where they fit in grammatically. It's just a matter of like what this person has found that makes them feel the most respected when they're referred to. It's just kind of like similar to somebody's name. You know what I mean? Like if somebody calls you the wrong name, it's just like, well, that's weird. That's not who I am.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think an important
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I think an important thing too is you wouldn't be expected to know that about someone unless they told you that. So you wouldn't even necessarily be expected to know the big list of them That's not on you to memorize and guess and know. Like someone should present that information to you and then just expect you to use it going forward.
Yeah, and that's and I think the practicing is a thing.
Yes.
Where literally, like, if I did this when a friend came out to me as non-binary. I was like, I'm going to get this. And this was before I figured out I was, to be clear. And so I literally just like thought sentences about that person in my head. Like, oh, Randy has cool hair. They must have worked really hard on it. Like those sorts of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that helps you sort of get the brain muscle memory going in terms of making it very normal. Because like when you're using words that you don't normally use to refer to people, it can feel a little awkward, right? And that's nobody's fault. That's just the culture that we have grown up in has sort of programmed us and made us feel this way. And then we then have to like go back and unlearn all of that, right? And so it can feel kind of awkward. But I think practicing is great. Give your friends compliments in your head using their pronouns. They have great hair. They have such good style. Yeah. And then, the other thing, Sims, who will be on a panel later, is mentioning in our chat that they, them has been around as a pronoun longer than singular you, which is correct. Don't have time for a super long history lesson, but the use of the singular they to refer to a single person dates back to the 13th century.
Okay. It's funny because my auntie, she says, oh, I don't have to be confused about pronouns because when I go into the store and I need help, I just say, sweetheart, can you help me? Hon, can you help me?
There you go.
She says, you can't go wrong using sweetheart and love.
That's right.
Absolutely. I have taken a call on everybody friend or comrade.
Yeah.
Friend is good. Yeah.
And that's
well, not
like
everybody.
Yeah. and that can be hard too. Like, because I am fortunate in that like I freelance for a living and I have a certain amount of control over the people that I work with. Not everyone is that fortunate. So like it can be hard at work. Like I used to work in a call center and they insisted on like Mr. this, Mrs. that, all of those sorts of things. I just never did. And I never got in trouble for it. But I mean, for some people it's like, no, if you don't use ma'am, sir, Mr., Mrs., you're going to get fired. Obviously, don't get fired from your job.
Right.
Well, the military is strict with that. When
Right.
In the military, yeah, you pick up the phone, it's good afternoon, may I help you? This is so-and-so rank and name, and then sir, ma'am. Right. And you don't say that, sir, ma'am. I mean, oh my God. But I have come to know that there will be some changes coming up with that because it's already
really
the military.
Yeah, there is. There's a push.
Change.
Yeah.
Yes,
There's a change coming. Yeah.
It's a change
Wow.
coming. So. Mm-hmm.
You'll be just calling people by rank, pretty much.
And that's the way it
that
needs to
makes
be.
sense.
Rank
Yeah.
and that's
Uh-huh.
Lieutenant.
But what about
Yeah.
people without rank? When you
Not in the military.
Don't talk to them.
Everybody got a rank.
Oh my God, rank. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking if you were talking outside of the military. Okay, just
No,
within the military, everybody's
military
just going
is
to go by
changed.
rank.
It's gonna change. It's gonna have to.
Well, if someone now calls the push also like what Sabrina's saying, someone calls from the outside, because normally the military way of greeting is to say sir, ma'am, even if a civilian calls. But now they're going to change that and just come up with another salutation that doesn't include gender.
Yeah, there's a gender neutral honorific that some people use in place of Mr. or Mrs. and it's mix, MX. Some people hate it. I think it's fine. I tend to not like using honorifics at all anyways, because I don't like that inherent like I'm going to show respect to you in the way that I treat you. I don't need to use some outdated honorific to do that. I'm not a fan of
gonna have a hard time.
No, and that's fair. That's totally fair.
That'd be tough.
That's totally fair.
How about sir, ma'am, and they?
What else we got?
Southern, it's hard not to. Yeah.
Homie,
What else we
you
got?
homie.
No, we'll go with home, honey, or homie.
Did you have?
Homie.
Did we have
My rank is homie.
Yeah, civilian Sims. There were some questions that were submitted anonymously from your group. Yes.
Yes, I have.
We want to try to maybe tackle some of those.
You guys want to go first?
I don't have any. I've asked mine. and I wasn't anonymous. If we have some, let's answer.
Yeah, I have one.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So, someone asked, what is the difference between transsexual and transvestite?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. So transvestite is definitely an outdated word that we don't generally use in the community anymore, and it's kind of it's almost seen as a slur. No, it's not universally that, but generally speaking, when you call someone a transvestite, or if somebody called me that, I would be insulted by it, because that's generally how that word is used. It is sort of a derogatory term that people used to hurl at men who are cross-dressers. So that's what that is. Transsexual is one of those words that I feel like it used to be the word people would use, and it sort of fell out of fashion for a while, and now it's kind of come back into use. And so transsexual used to be the word that people would say when they mean transgender, right? And the differentiating of those words sort of decouples biological sex from gender, which is kind of the goal, right? Because biological sex is a thing. It's a lot more complicated than a lot of people think it is. It is not a binary either. I don't have time for the science on that, but it is not a binary either. But your gender identity is like what's going on up here. It's in your brain. It's what's in your mind, right? And so that's why we use transgender instead of transsexual, because transsexual used to be kind of the way that the assumption was that, like, if you are a trans person, that means that you are pursuing hormones, you're pursuing surgery. Non-binary people have always been around, but we've not always been a part of the conversation. And so the assumption was someone assigned at male at birth who is now who is out and living as a woman, getting bottom surgery, doing all of the stereotypical feminine things. That was sort of, for a long time, that was sort of like the prototypical trans person that society would assume that's what transness is, right? But what transness actually is far more complicated than that. Transition is not a thing that everyone does. You don't have to do hormones or surgery. Some people want it but don't have access to it. That doesn't mean they aren't who they report themselves to be. Some people have started to sort of reclaim and start using the word transsexual again. Sort of in the same way that we have reclaimed the word queer. You know, it used to be a word that people would use badly, and now many of us use that word as an affirmative. Like, queer is personally, that is the community and orientation label that I use for myself, for reasons that it fits who I am, and also political reasons. Like, reclaiming a word like that, I feel like is important for our community.
Can I say something real quick? I'm sorry, but I wanted to make a comment about that, because I'm probably older than many of you here. And when I was growing up, that word was not the word you would say. So when I would hear queer again, I would just be like, what are we talking about? Am I supposed to be saying that? Because, I mean, I've seen queer people back when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s where they would be frightened if that word was used. And I mean, you know, I know queer people can fight, because I've seen it down at the piers. I don't know if you guys know the piers or anything. Oh, well, yeah. So, you know, don't come down here trying to play nobody down there. You start using that word, there was a fight. So the reason why I stopped you there is because, you know, I don't know who people in my generation, that was not the word to use. You know, it was a word where there was going to be a knife fight, a fight, something was going down, and now we're using that word a lot. And I think it's making people a little like, okay, what am I supposed to be doing? You know, so I think that has a lot to do with just this conversation, because, you know, we have different generations of people who've gone through these different words, these different assignments, and we just want to make sure that, you know, we're not doing the wrong thing, you know.
Well, and there is
respectful.
Well, and there is a generational component to that, because there are there are gay folks who are still very uncomfortable with that word for that very reason.
Okay.
I'm uncomfortable
and
too.
yeah,
I'm
I
very uncomfortable.
yeah,
I just feel that, not to cut you off, sweetie, but I just feel that we've gotten to the point where these words of the past, we have more of a specific, just like technology advances, the way we interact should advance. And we are at a point now where we can afford to have more of an in-depth conversation and use more specifics when interacting with people who want to share their identity instead of just queer. Okay, let's move past that. I want specifics. So you put yourself under the umbrella of queer, but that doesn't help me to know you and to know how to interact with you. So you tell me what I should say, or how I should refer to you. And I think these words of the past that kind of grouped everybody together. I think we should move past that and really get more specific.
So, and this is actually, I'm
comfortable using the word queer. I do.
Yeah. Well, shameless plug. I literally
like you're strange or something, And
literally, I think like 2 weeks ago, I did an episode of my podcast about this because I too have had complicated thoughts about the words that I use to describe myself. For me, what I am, there's so many things that we have to sort of unpack in terms of identity between who am I as a person and what of that has been built into me by the culture I grew up in, right? Because that is a useful way to sort of figure out what's real and what's bullshit in terms of your identity and in terms of the culture that we grow up in, right? And I personally, I'm actually not super interested in working out my identity further down than just saying that I'm queer, because I think I am attracted to a certain kind of person, and that person's gender doesn't really have anything to do with me being attracted to them, right? And I think when we use like for example, when we say transgender, right, we are comparing ourselves to what is considered quote unquote normal in society when we use that word to describe ourselves, right? And so that's a tacit acknowledgement of that system's validity. And we have to, like, I've been on a journey of like, I do have to figure out where I fit in that system because I live in society and I live in a world and I have to interact with the world around me. But I think it's important to understand when I'm interacting with a system that has been constructed without me in mind and that doesn't really have my own well-being in mind. And I think the way that we talk about sexual and romantic attraction, the way that we talk about gender, all of that sort of stuff, that system was not built for people like me. And I still do kind of have to figure out where I fit in all of that. And I think the most specific answer I'm comfortable giving is that I don't. and I'm personally, I'm comfortable leaving it there. And there are a lot of people who feel very, very differently to that. People who very, very proudly, like, I'm gay, I'm a lesbian, I'm bisexual, I'm pansexual, and that's all super valid too. And you had your hand up.
Yeah, because the question I had kind of goes right into this. When someone is transitioning and they're not really sure where they're transitioning to, per se, maybe they're doing the surgery, maybe taking medication, how do you support that as a loving, partner, family member, whatever? How do you support that person when they're not sure yet?
Right. Yeah. And that's, that's a journey that I've taken a couple of different times, right? Like when I first started, it was like, well, I know I'm transgender, but I don't know specifics of what that means yet. I don't know, do I want to start hormones? Do I want to have surgeries? And like, those were all questions I didn't know the answer to at first. Like, I just know, like, this is who I am, and I'm still figuring out what that means. And I think the answer to that can depend on a couple of things. If it's somebody that you're close to and somebody that like you have an ongoing active relationship, like you said, a family member, friend, parent, child, somebody you already have a close relationship with, I think everyone's experience is very, very different. But you can probably pretty safely assume that by the time they've come out, these are questions that they have rolled over themselves before saying anything about it out loud. And I think like asking that question specifically, because the answer is going to be a little different for everyone based on where they are in their life situation, right? Because like I know some poor trans folks specifically who their discomfort, their worries don't actually have anything to do with them being trans, aside from having to deal with transphobia, right? They have like serious health issues that they're afraid, like, well, now I'm going to go to the doctor as a trans person. Everybody's going to tie every problem in my life to me being trans. I have a friend who went to a doctor for a sinus infection and got asked about his genitals, and he's like,
That's not where they are.
Yeah, yeah. Sinuses are up here, my friends.
That's not your specifics, sir.
I didn't mean my lower sinuses. I meant my upper sinuses. Sorry.
And so like there can be a pressure on. And there can be a pressure on trans people when they first come out, especially like. Well, actually, no. There's pressure in all directions, right? Yeah. Because if you say you're non-binary, there is pressure to perform androgyny, right? So like you have to look quote unquote non-binary, which is not a thing. Or you have to, if you're a trans woman, you have to perform femininity, long hair, painted nails, makeup, dresses, the whole thing. Same thing for a trans guy. All of those pressures start almost immediately. And probably the number one struggle that people come to me with is like, am I trans enough to claim that label? Right. And somebody once told me the most queer of queer experiences is feeling like you're not queer enough.
Wow.
Imposter syndrome is everywhere and it sucks.
Oh, God.
So to answer your specific question, I think asking those questions to that person specifically, saying like, what do you actually need from me in this moment? Right. Like tomorrow I'm going to the courthouse to help a friend file their name change paperwork. And they're just like, I've never done anything like this before. I'm really nervous. And I was like, I can go with you. And so like, that was a simple thing, a very simple act of solidarity. I can drive 5 minutes from my house to the courthouse to just be there with my friend while they're filing their name change paperwork. It can get more complicated. Like, I had bottom surgery about 4 years ago. I had friends send me care packages with like candy and and like beef jerky and snacky type things. Yeah, it's great. And I think
that's perfect.
Yeah, and I think just letting people know,
right?
Because what can happen is, especially if somebody starts a journey in one direction and then figures out that something different makes sense for them, right? Like when I came out initially, I came out as trans woman, she, her, Callie, right? And so I was fortunate enough, my friends, my family were mostly fantastic about it. Not everyone is that lucky, but even though I had that experience, when I was like, oh no, actually I'm non-binary and I'm going to do they, them, that's like another coming out moment. And I felt like, oh my God, I'm burdening all my friends again. Like, God help me if I figure out that I want to change my name again. I don't think that's going to be a thing. And so some of the hesitation doesn't even have to come from the outside, right? Some of the pressure is internal. And like, I don't want to be a burden to my friends. They've already learned to accept me as this one thing, and now I'm like changing the game up again, and I'm going to be a problem for all of my friends now. And I think something that can pretty universally be said to be true is just letting people know that like, hey, I'm here with you on this journey, like literally wherever it takes you, whatever you figure out about yourself. A thing that can be really helpful is if somebody's like considering a new name or a different set of pronouns, you can be like, let's try them on for the next hour and see how it feels. That was like one of the coolest things that somebody ever did in a trans support group that I went to early on. The very first time that I went, I introduced myself with my dead name because I hadn't picked a name yet. And they just sort of like blanket said like, okay, you introduce yourself with a name. If that name happens to be your legal name and you want to try something new, this is a place to do that. So just let us know. And I did that when I was like, oh, I think I'm non-binary. I want to try out they, them. I have a really close group of friends that I play roller derby with. that I love very dearly. And in my group chat, I was just meekly like, hey friends, I think, can we just like do this for a couple of days and see how it feels? And I talked with my wife about it, and my wife had occasion to use they, them for me before anyone else did. And as soon as she said it, I was like, that's it. That's the thing. That feels really good. And so like being a safe person to do that with can be really, really important for trans friends. Okay. Because I know like a worry that I had, probably the biggest worry that I had, and the reason that I waited until 28 to come out, was that I was just convinced that I wasn't going to be able to live a normal life anymore. Because I had not really connected with queer community at all. I had, I had met trans people and talked to them, but never in the context of thinking I was one of those. Okay. And I was just convinced, like, I'm going to come out. Some of my friends are going to abandon me. Some of my friends are going to like pity me. And it's going to be like a pity party. Like, oh, poor Callie, you're going through this whole thing. Pat on the back. I was really worried about all of that sort of stuff. And one of the most important things that helped me get through that period of my life was figuring out that I actually can just like go out into the world and do like grocery shopping and go to movies and hang out with my friends. And just making all of that just feel very normal. Right. Because there are some times where I would go out and I would be feeling really awkward and I would be feeling really scared. And I would bring that up with my friend proactively and say, hey, like, I'm really stoked to be hanging out with you, but here's where my head's at. I'm not in a great place. I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm not mad at you. I just kind of don't know what I'm doing in the world right now. But outside of that, like just being there and making it all feel as normal as possible. Obviously, like I've said it a million times, and I think it's really important to keep saying everyone's trans experience is different. But I feel like that's a thing that is very, very commonly would be extraordinarily helpful for being supportive to anyone. Is just make life feel as normal as possible, unless someone comes to you and says like, hey, I want to talk to you about this. Obviously being a place for that is important. But yeah, I remember the first time I went to a movie with a friend of mine after I came out, and I was like dressed differently. I had done makeup. I'd like kind of styled my hair a little bit. And it was just all normal. It was just not a big deal. We went and saw the movie and it was great. I actually, one of my best friends, I came out to him after we saw the 2009 Star Trek movie in the theater. I was like, hey, you want to go to IHOP? I've got something I want to talk to you about. And he's like, oh my God, what? And he was like, oh, I thought you were going to tell me something bad. This is all fine. Yeah. And
we had someone at a Star Trek meetup when we were at NYCC about maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And I'm going to start off using the gender journey just at this meetup. So young lady introduced herself, gives her, her birth name. And it's the first time at the meetup. She's having a great time and everything like that. And because we go around the room and everybody introduces themselves. So we were there for like about an hour and a half. At the end of the meetup, she comes to myself and Gerard and some of the other organizers. She says, I feel real comfortable. I really love being here. I want to be with you guys, but I want to be, I want to be real, And we're like, okay, yeah, we're here to make everybody feel comfortable, be real, be yourself. So she says, I'm really, trans male, identify as a male. And we're like, okay. And she said, I haven't even come out to my family yet. I only told 2 other friends and you guys. We're like, okay, hey, welcome. I want to ask you something. What is your name?
Yeah.
What is your name? And she said, I said, no. What is your name? Now that you said you're trans, what is your name? And she said, oh, my name is so-and-so. And then, he started crying. He just started crying. We started crying and everything. And I think that's what you're saying about it's so important to make people just feel comfortable. And even if you don't understand and they don't understand, still journey together and try to figure it out together and be there for each other. Because even if you are, just somebody that's just going through things, that's what we try to do on the ship. We let everybody know that we're here for you no matter what you're going through. And whether it's identity journey, whether it's racial issues you're dealing with, whether it's, religious experiences you're having problems with, whether it's mommy and daddy issues, you hate your brother, you hate your job, it's all about having some place to come to where, you can feel free and know that you have people that love you and they care about you. That's why we're so honored, you guys, to take the time to answer these questions. And I only have one other question. Someone wanted to know what is meant by the term two-spirit.
Oh, yeah. So two-spirit is a word that is specific to Indigenous folks. And it's kind of used as a corollary for like the Indigenous version of non-binary, but that's not really what it is. That's a thing that I would definitely encourage folks to do research on, because I'm not an Indigenous person. I mean, I have done learning from Indigenous folks, but I definitely don't want to speak for them. But just generally speaking, two-spirit is a way that that some Indigenous folks use to refer to who they are. And in terms of their gender, their identity, and there's and even saying that as a blanket statement doesn't really work, because obviously Indigenous people are not a monolith, right? There's I think like 500 or so recognized federally recognized tribes in the United States alone, many more groups in Canada, but generally speaking, that's sort of the primer on what that word means. Generally speaking, not a word that folks who aren't Indigenous should use to describe themselves, is what I have been, the knowledge that I have been handed. Yeah. We've got like 4 minutes. If anybody wants to get in another question.
I've been learning a lot.
Love it. Love it.
I have 5 pieces of notes.
Y'all are great. Thank you for bringing all the things.
Oh yeah.
I guess I love the practice. I worked in hospitality, and that was one of the things that I used to use. I used to have to practice. And hello, good morning, and I would say, good morning, and work on my smile before I even get to the front desk, because you don't want to crash on somebody just because you're just waking up or something like that.
Right.
I would love, if it's the last little couple minutes, bring the energy back up, because it's just been such a wonderful panel, and information is like, can we practice? Can I be a person trying to get your pronouns? You know what I mean? Like, what's the, I don't know what's, like, how can, like, let's practice or something like so.
Yeah. So normally when I
get off screen.
See what we got to deal with.
Hey, what's going on over here? My name is Justin. Who are you?
My name is Callie. My pronouns are they, them.
Pronouns? Oh, okay. I guess my name is Justin. I am he, his, and I'd like to use they as well.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
It's that easy.
Okay.
Perfect. And I think we briefly spoke of it earlier, I think, but the normalization of everyone doing it makes everyone comfortable, right? So that's why you'll see people who you want to look at and say, well, clearly that's, in my head, that's a he, him, or a she, her. But you have a button on that says he, him, or she, her. That's so that everyone is included. I'm not saying that it was or wasn't obvious or whatever, but that just makes everyone feel like, oh, this person gets it, and this person will be someone who will be receptive if I tell them my pronouns, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the way that you can be accepting without actually like saying or interacting with anyone at home.
Yeah, and it just goes back to sort of decoupling the idea that like what you look like on the outside is necessarily demonstrative of who you are on the inside, right? Because they're especially like. And sometimes it's fluid, like from day to day, right? Like there are people who are gender fluid. I have a friend who I ask what their pronouns are today every time we hang out, because they change sometimes, and that's fine. But even externally, like my pronouns are always they, them. I like getting prettied up sometimes, and I do my hair and paint my nails and do makeup and put on really like fun, frilly clothes. I'm still they, them, even when I'm a friend of mine has a shirt that says femmes can be thems, which I very much love. But also some days I wear like a t-shirt, shorts, denim jacket, flat bill hat, and I look maybe stereotypically manly. My pronouns are still they, them. I'm still non-binary, right? And so it's to just sort of normalize, like, decoupling the idea of like what you look like should be indicative of who you are.
Right.
So that is our time, friends. This has been a wonderful discussion. I am sad that I don't live near y'all because your group sounds amazing, and I would
know.
like the next time I visit. I am definitely going to look for a meetup and come hang out with y'all because
sure.
Yes. And you don't have to live in New York to be on our ship. So
Right.
You don't
have to live in New York to be on our ship. So
yeah. Do you want to take a quick minute to plug where you want to take a minute to plug like where people can find you on the internet and all of those things?
Yeah. Well, we're on Facebook. It's called Friends of the Gerard Holder, and you can just ask for requests to get on the group. If you want to join the ship, you have to go to Starfleet. Starfleet Command Quadrant 1, and you'll find us there. Go to Enlist and look for our ship. Also, if you get on the Gerard Holder, the Friends of, you'll see everything there. You can find all the information from Starfleet Command. And Starfleet Command started in 1974, and Gene Roddenberry also signed off on it. So it's been around for a long time. So, and we're trying to build the organization to be a little more diverse, and look a little more like the country or the world.
Oh, yeah.
Like Star Trek wants us to be.
Absolutely. Gosh, well, thank you all so much. This was a wonderful discussion. I am very, very glad that we made new friends with you all, and hopefully this won't be the last one of these that we do.
Oh no! I love to party with you guys. So
yes.
Oh, we do. We do like to do that from time to time.
We're not all serious discussions for sure.
Oh, so yeah, a couple of folks were on the call before we went live. All right, we are going to move on. Thank you all again. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks, folks. So good to meet you.
Bye.
Bye.
Gosh, how fun was that?
How fun was that? That's great. Oh, so wonderful. Hi,
what
team.
Good folks.
I started tearing up during multiple moments. That was so good.
See, that's what happens when you come to something wanting to learn and just from a place of love. No one expects you to know everything. No one expects everyone to know everything. That's ridiculous. It's not possible. So,
well, some people on the internet do.
Well, that's true.
We don't hang out with those people.
There are always those some people. So, for sure.
Yeah, no, it was great. I also loved Steph, you're muted. But I loved Justin just being like, let's practice and get.
No, that's great. That was so good.
There you go. That was really good. Yeah.
That's like, we make fun of role play in corporate situations, right? I worked in a call center for a very long time, and they were like, role play with your customer, and I was like, that I would rather not.
I would rather not. There's several things I would rather do.
But when it's something that's actually important, I think it makes sense and it's wonderful, and I love it.
Right. Totes.
Well, what's up next?
What's up next? I believe, Anna, you have something coming up next, don't you?
Do I?
Not, or you don't. I don't know.
I thought you
don't
were.
Say no.
I thought that was you at 3.
Is it what? For what? What's next? Let's rewind. What's next?
I was under the impression there was 3D printing and things at 3.
Oh, is that now? Okay.
Yeah. My thing's like 4, my dude.
I got the other ones mixed up. Well, everyone keeps saying times, and it's 12 o'clock right now.
Right, I'm so sorry.
I keep hearing 3, 4. I'm like, it's 12 o'clock. I don't know which time is what that's happening. If 3D printing is now, then sure, I'm prepared for that.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to know what is in store for the 55-year STLV mission thingy.
Yeah, well, I mean, what's funny is we internally we haven't chatted about 3D printing in a while, so I thought it would be a good outlet for that, as well as sort of teaching people what we do and can do.
I believe it's pronounced replicating.
Right, you're right. Replicating. In our group chat, replicator nonsense. Yes. No, let's talk because it is nonsense, but also it's science.
Yes.
It is, absolutely.
I actually had to figure out, I was talking with some of my Klingon friends and I was like, oh my God, how am I going to talk about 3D printing in Klingon? And I was like, obviously it's a replicator.
It's a replicator, yeah.
And in Klingon, a replicator is chap chochwit, which literally means it creates matter.
Well, see, there you go.
So, and that's what a replicator.
Wait, Callie, say that again so we can all learn the word.
Chap chopwit.
Hot, cool.
Hot Cool Whip.
Hot Cool Whip. There it is.
Hot Cool Whip. Hot Cool Whip.
I stole it from Sims, who wrote that in the private chat.
Cool Whip.
Cool.
Got it. Hilarious. Yes, you too, Anne. So excited. Yeah, so Callie was showing us early what they were working on with the T88. Do you want to give us a little information about what's going on with that? Because I know you're adding electronics to it, which is so exciting for me.
Yes. Okay. So, 3D printing is a multi-step process, right? You need a model of something to print, and you need a model like Randy. And then basically what a 3D printer does, if anyone doesn't know, is you have the stuff called filament that's made out of different kinds of plastic based on the application. And are you going to show an example? There you go.
This.
My 3D printer is in the other room, so
it comes on a roll. So people wonder, like, what is it that what's the material that you're using? It comes on a roll. It looks like this. There's another one. I have some goop that I'm going to show as well. But it's just this thin roll of plastic, and this is what you use to 3D print. People have no idea. They're like, what do you? Yeah.
There's a little nozzle that melts the plastic, and it moves around, leaving it in layers, and that's how we get things like this, or at least part of how we get things like this.
What these people who figured out their 3D printing don't show you is how hard it is to figure it out the first few times. Because my dad and I got a 3D printer, and it has been us just going, how? We've printed out 2 things, but and every day we're scared. So
yes,
and it is kind of a slow process.
It is a very slow process.
This T88 I think took like 8 or 9 hours to print.
Yeah. That's the other thing people don't understand. They think it's very fast. It is not very fast at all. There's literally nothing.
Honestly, and high tech hot glue gun. Yes, that is almost
it's a very tiny hot glue gun.
Yes. And then once you print it out, you can do a bunch of different stuff with it. Sometimes you can just leave it as is, and it looks neat. Like I will show.
Show. I have some examples of how things come off the printer versus how you can change them.
I made this with my 3D printer.
Yeah.
And this is not really finished aside from I just took permanent marker and did this to make the top of it sit pop a little bit.
Right.
But this is an unfinished, almost unmodified 3D print.
Right.
And so you can it's probably not super coming through well on the camera, but you can see there's lines and stuff. So it's not, it doesn't print out perfectly smooth.
Right.
But for making props and stuff, you will do sand. You can sand it in various ways. So much sanding.
So much goddamn sanding.
And then primer and paint, right? That's how I got the T88. And this does it. The model that I got was all in one piece. I'm still kind of trying to figure out how to pull the different parts apart in ways that make the most sense. But I just taped it off. And from a distance, you can't it looks fine. If you look up close, there's some imperfections, and my taping job wasn't super the best.
Mm-hmm.
And this is actually I traveled with this T88, so it's got some scuff marks and stuff.
I will say, because
when you traveled,
I saw it in
happens,
person.
you just make another one.
It's great.
Exactly. And right now, what I'm doing is I learned 3D modeling not so I can make my own models, but so I could figure out how to pull apart other people's models to put electronics inside them.
Bashing, we call it.
And this is a print that was great, and I broke pulling off the plate. But it's another T88 that I have modified, and I put a little a hole inside of it. So there is a button for the trigger that has holes in it. It goes down into the little thing here. And then this plate is where the circuitry sits. So there's a little, it's called a breadboard that you can solder wires into, that The breadboard sits on it, and then there's a sound module that plays the MP3 of the sound effect. And so those get attached to here. They get attached to the lid. The lid fits inside the thing, and it will, after I finish, it will be a working T88 where when I press the button, it'll light up blue in the front, green in the back, and it will make the little scanning noise. Trekcore.com, if anybody's not Trekcore.com has an amazing library of Star Trek sound effects.
Yes.
I'm also in the process of making a phaser. So this is the test print that I made of the
nice.
Type 2 boomerang phaser.
I have one of those.
It's so good.
Michael Bourne signed mine. I got him to sign it. I was like, will you sign this? He's
Nice.
like, what is it? I was like,
Where-
3D printed. He's like, all right.
Where do you guys go to get the patterns for printing? Is there like one really good place to go to get those patterns?
Thingiverse is the big one.
Thingiverse. Thingiverse is where most things are, and it's free. You can tip the people who make it if you want to. There are also some paid sites where some real deal, super hardcore 3D modelers that really know their stuff you can buy. And even those aren't super expensive.
Right.
There's somebody, Saren Jameson, who is one of the mods of Star Trek shitposting, is one of those. And Saren made a T88 model that it's like this T88 obviously looks like it's from a cartoon, right?
Right.
So what Saren did was what would the T88 look like if it was in real life Star Trek? And so it looks a little bit more industrialized and stuff like that. And I bought the design from them, I think, and I think it was like $5, and I tipped another $5.
Right.
Right, but you guys have also done your own, like Randy, like a lot of the stuff that we're going to have in Vegas is stuff that you've actually created on your own without.
Or bashed. I don't think, well, I do have some stuff that I have created. And then everything else that I have that I've either bashed or just printed out directly, I got permission to use and sell. So that's an important thing too.
What's bash?
Oh, sorry. Bash is when you take one of the models and make changes to it to make it your own. It's at least for us. I mean, obviously not everyone in the world, but it's important for me and us because people design these things, whether however long it takes for them, or whatever, just to get permission if we're going to sell it. So all of the stuff that we'll be selling, I have permission to sell. I'm in a couple of groups where people actually I guess the joy for them is designing these things, right? So they say I'm on their Patreon, and so I pay every month, and they say as long as you're a patron you can take my designs and sell them all you want, because for me you're paying for the design, not for what you do after it. So licensing can be different and weird and whatever, but for the ones that I have, they've allowed me to sell them, because that's the joy for them is just making the design. They're like, well, now it's done. I don't really care what you do with it. So check on that before you try and make money off of it.
The open source philosophy is very, very prevalent in the maker community. The idea that these things are created for the benefit of the community and can be used by the community, but when you start to oh, you did all of this work for this thing, I'm going to take it and sell it. Some people aren't. Some people are totally fine with it. Some people are cool with it, if you ask for permission, and some people will say no, I don't want you selling my stuff.
Right.
And I think it's important to respect all levels of that.
Yeah. Sure.
But I even saw, I think the person who made the I have a purple striped tricorder that I'll grab in a second. The person who made that said the person who made that model in the Thingiverse thing was like, if you're going to make money from this design, here's a charity I would like you to donate to.
Right.
And it's okay, that's totally reasonable.
That's fair.
Right. Wait, real quick.
I have pink today. I went pink today.
And actually, if this is a little impromptu, but I do have a 3D print going on my printer right now. And so
look, some science.
Yeah.
The Cali Cam.
Yeah.
I
So
love it.
This is
calibration.
There's
calibration, you might say.
Yes, you might. This is a little interface, a little program you can run on a Raspberry Pi or on a computer called Octoprint. And you do that, and it will interface with your 3D printer. And so you can see all of the stuff in terms of these numbers are usually not totally correct in terms of how long it takes.
Yeah, it's an estimate-ish.
You can look at you can watch the print because if something gets screwed up, you can stop it before you waste a bunch of filament.
Right.
It shows you the temperature of your printer. It shows you the code being sent and received, and you can make time lapses with it, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, that's if you see those videos of like a print just like going up layer by layer, that's how they're doing it. Is they just take a picture every layer and that's stitch them together, and then that's how that works.
And so you can see the extruder here. It's printing. I'm printing another one of these hollowed out T88 models, and you can see it building up, and it'll take a while. I mean, this one I think it took a solid like 20 hours. And the reason for that, and part of the reason it broke when I pulled it off the plate is, so this is all hollow on the inside, right? And so if you think about it, if it's sitting on a plate like this, the filament has to be laid upwards, right? So like, what happens when it's printing this? There's nothing beneath it, right?
Right.
And so what you do, the software that you put these into, you tell it to print what's called support. And so it actually fills this whole void with thin. Oh, you have an example? Yeah,
I do. Yes.
It fills it with filament, so this stuff stays structurally intact. So this is. Hang on, I'll pull my my screen down. And
camera focus.
I know, focus camera. There we go.
Yay!
So on the right, this is how it comes out of the printer. These are two different filaments, but if you see all the support on there, I have to pull all of that stuff off every time, and then it looks like this, where it looks like, oh, I see. But this is just because of gravity, and you can't print where there's no thing, like it has nowhere to catch. So it prints these little things, which then you end up just like breaking off of there, which I can't do live on camera. There you go. And so you just do that, and then you have that. So when it comes off the printer, a lot of times it'll have all of this extra stuff on there, and you just pull it off.
All right. So how many times have you done that, and then for whatever reason, what you printed cracks?
Oh, it happens all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
So that's like one of the frustrating.
All the time. I mean, it's sort of part of the process, and you have to embrace it. Otherwise, you will be frustrated and kill yourself. So with these in particular, with these little horgons, like there's a point right here where it's not super strong. And so when I'm pulling this off, like the head will break off. So what I've done now is I've gone in and edited the model so it's stronger in that area. So that way, when I'm messing with it, the head doesn't pop off. So you just sort of learn. And
yeah, it happens a lot with So I'm a big Letterkenny fan, and if anybody's seen Letterkenny, one of the characters is a joke character, and one of the things that he does is he's like standing on his hands in the shower,
Shorzy,
insulting people. And somebody made a 3D model of that, and I was like, oh my god, that's brilliant. But the 3D model is yeah, he's doing a handstand, right? And so the thing that's actually making contact with the plate or with the whatever table you're sitting it on is his head and his hands and wrists, and that's half an inch wide of filament, so very, very easy to break if you're using the most common filament is called PLA. It's just a type of plastic, and it's not brittle. Yeah, it's not super strong. And I ruined, I think, like 3 of those prints, either by dropping it or pulling it off the plate and not being careful enough. So yeah, breaks all the time. Never get emotionally invested in a print until it's completely done.
Yeah, painted everything.
Right. Headless horgons say, wear a mask, wear a bag over your head.
or you just like it really, really rough.
Pull my head off. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
That's
I'm not one to kink shame, but
that's how you ask for the kinky Jamaharon.
This boy wants Jamaharon. He crazy.
It's like do it so hard you break my horgon. There you go.
Right. Yes, and the other process, which my two fine people here don't use, is resin printing, which comes in a big bottle of liquid like this, and then you stick it in the machine, and it's very industrial. Everyone thinks it's this like cute, no, it's very industrial. You just pour that liquid into the printer, and then this little table comes down, and it goes up and down a million times, and it basically just prints each layer all at once. But it just does that a million times until the whole thing is finished. Using ultraviolet light is what makes the liquid turn into hard plastic. And then at the end of it, you have to cure it again and stick it under a big black light to like harden everything completely. So,
and what's the advantage of that over like plastic type 3D printing?
The advantage of that is that it looks the resolution is a lot better. The resolution is a lot better, so you can get down like the one that I have. I can print one layer is 0.01 millimeters.
Wow.
Yeah. So with a normal printer, you can get like what 0.8 0.1 maybe. I don't know.
Point
what,
one, I think, is
yeah.
the
So I can get
finest it can get.
0.01 millimeters per layer. So there's no layer lines. Like you can't tell that it came off of a printer at all. It looks like just a solid piece of plastic.
And they're really good for like models too.
Really, really good.
So,
Yeah, I have
and
like
for people who would want a custom like miniature, or
it's coming.
it's coming.
It's trying.
It's coming.
It's the worst. It's right in my hand.
Well, okay, so for Polly,
actually, there
we go.
Yeah.
And this is straight off the printer. Like I added some color to it, but the color is just like wax. So it comes off the printer looking that good, which you cannot do with an FDM printer. Like it will not look like that.
Well, that's gorgeous. But on top of that, though, for people who like, are thinking, oh, well, I don't know if this would really be worth it because I want to make like custom figurines and like I don't know how to 3D model. There's a whole website called Hero Forge, where you can. Like it's made specifically for Dungeons and Dragons figurines, but they have a lot of different like character customization options. Like, oh, they're going to be on a horse now, and different things. Change the clothes and stuff. And while yes, you can order them, online, they'll send it to you, but you can also order the 3D print pattern of your custom made figurine,
right?
And for just download, and it's significantly cheaper that way.
Right.
And then you print it off yourself, and you have a customized mini.
So everybody, except me, because I don't 3D print. I'm the odd man out here. Everybody's, but I'm learning. Everybody's homework assignment is put together your favorite links so we can post them on social for anybody that wants to.
Oh, great, great. We'll
start doing.
And I have a Thingiverse account where I like have created stuff and put it up there. So feel free to download mine. One of which is the infamous ghost candle.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize you made that.
I made that. Yeah, it's up on my account, so feel free.
And there is so
no
much
one else
cool
would.
Star Trek.
Why would they? So
right. There's so much cool Star Trek stuff on Thingiverse. Like I have such a long list of things to print. They have and they have like props that you might not think they would have. They have like Klingon disruptor. They have a Klingon tricorder. They have the Ferengi tricorder. Different varieties of gold pressed latinum. Which I have like 10 bricks of gold pressed latinum as there's a
3D print design of an exocomp.
Yes.
Which there's one that keeps being updated. That's someone who's trying to make like a working one that you could like move around, and I'm just like I have that like starred, and I'm just waiting every time for an update because I'm just fascinated because I'm like time to cosplay Tendi and then just have Peanut Hamper just flying by.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Based on this one, don't you have a Ronin candle?
Randy? I just showed that. Yeah.
Yeah. You just showed it.
Yeah. Oh, I missed it. You know what? I'm chatting with everybody on the side.
Oh no, you're fine. Yes, I do. Sorry,
I'm gonna grab some more print examples. BRB.
For sure.
So, and that is again because I can't stop talking about Vegas because it's so close.
Yes.
You're bringing all that because that is part of your cosplay, right?
Yes, that's for cosplay. For the stuff that we're selling, it's going to be like the little Horgons. Maybe these, maybe Orans, just because I do have permission to sell these, and they're fun. They're not Star Trek, but they're just kind of fun, and they look really
I was about to say I want that on a necklace.
Hey?
Is it from a franchise that I'm not familiar with?
The Neverending Story.
Oh, I haven't watched that since I was like 5.
Yeah, it's Orin. It's the thing that's on the book.
Oh,
it's the thing that's on the front of the book of the Neverending Story. Yeah.
Oh my god, it is. You're right.
That's why I made that. Yeah.
Time to rewatch that movie. God.
See,
Thank you.
I will have like 1,000 of these things, which is a hollow emitter, but it's gay. So I will have a whole bunch of these as well, which are
the gay agenda is turning your holograms gay.
That's right. I think I'm gonna print some plain ones too, just cause.
Oh,
press platinum.
That is beautiful.
Ever heard of the Lesepian Mother's Day heist?
Where's the Superman stuff that you 3D printed and showed me the other day?
I do have one. I do have one.
Yay!
I don't know how exciting they would be for anyone, but this is the key from from the Superman movie.
Yes!
Like, isn't that cool? And I can sell
That
this
is.
one too. I have permission to sell this one, but like I tried it out. I did this one on the resin printer. I was like, these look kind of fun, but it looks really cool. Like it looks like
I would totally wear that. Like if you put a hole in the middle of it. Do you
Oh,
think
really?
it would yeah. Do you think it would like work on a necklace? Do you think it's like sturdy enough?
Sure, I don't see why not.
It could keep my Gorgon company.
Make it a flash drive holder.
This actually started as
Oh,
a
that's good,
keychain.
Anna. I like that.
This actually started as a keychain. And it was, I mean, keychain sized.
Right.
And I sized it up and filled the hole. But you can do all kinds of cool little
I
like
was gonna say it says a keychain for like a bathroom or a supermarket where they have to.
There you go, a hotel.
no,
Yeah,
the original size of it is like it's like 1 inch by 3 inches. It's very small. But I was like, I want to do a desk. I want to do like a desk decoration with this.
Our
That's
friend
one
in the private chat messaged in all caps, "That's a big ass keychain, homie."
Yeah.
And then that's an ashtray, which, you know, if
It could
If
be.
I
I'm not a
could-
smoker, but this
Yeah.
would well, and also PLA burns pretty easily and melts
Yeah.
pretty
but
easily.
you could
It
use
does
a
melt,
what's
okay.
the AB something?
Speaking of
ABS.
ABS. I don't know. if
ABS
All
is
right,
heat
wait.
resistant. Yeah.
speaking of burning, I know this isn't 3D printing, but you also do laser etching, and we are going to have pronoun based stuff.
Yes. I fell into that just because I was bored. But I do have a laser etcher, and we're going to be selling some stuff that I've laser etched. I haven't quite figured out the coasters yet. It does work, but it's not my favorite thing. But I do have a bunch of them. So I'll print
Explain laser etching for us.
So you have a laser.
And
No,
it
basically, basically it's just a like a laser on this little like thing that goes back and forth, up and down, right? And it just like it's like I guess like a dot matrix printer that no one knows what that is anymore. But it's just like a normal printer, but it just goes in the line, and the laser just goes on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off at different not frequencies, but at different strengths.
Intervals.
Yes. Yes, but also strengths, because it can
Oh,
make
okay.
it lighter or darker. So it
Oh,
can go,
right.
like,
Okay.
really strong or really not strong, to make like a gradient of color or whatever, but it just goes line by line, and it just goes through and burns into whatever it is. It doesn't work. It doesn't work well for things that are clear, because it has to have something for the light to absorb. So clear acrylic doesn't work because it's not absorbing the light; it just goes straight through it. So it works really well for things like wood and paper and things like that it can actually like burn. So
And
Can
just to
can you make me? You can just get like a little cheap cat laser, and then can you laser etch on Jewish space laser for
yes,
me?
I can do that. I will do that. Yes.
I'm sorry if there's any Marjorie Taylor Greene fans on here, but we make fun of her here. I think that goes without saying.
Right. Yeah. No, that would be very easy to do.
Also important to point out, 3D printing and all of that is not just for dorky prop making. It can be used for practical purposes.
Sure.
I have these neat little storage things.
Yes.
that,
I love making like things for my house that I just used.
Yeah, and so like these are all jumpers for when I'm playing with electronics. Because I have so many Arduinos.
Aren't they fun?
They're so much fun. And Arduino, for folks who don't know, it's a microcontroller board. You can use it to make LEDs light up and play sounds. And
I did a whole like yard display with Arduino, so they can do a lot of stuff.
yeah, it's so cool. But there's all kinds of like little electronic accessory stuff, LED lights, resistors, jumper wires, all that sort of stuff. And so in my 3D printer room where I have my printer set up, I have stacks of these, and they all have different things in them. And it's just a practical organization thing, so I didn't have to like go out and spend extra money on them. I just 3D printed them, and it's very good and practical.
You know, I'm at my sibling's apartment. Sorry, but I just want to real quick on the same topic. I'm in my sibling's apartment right now. For those who are familiar with my usually horrible internet, and their fiance has there's 3 3D printers in this apartment.
I love it.
And we play different card games and different things like that. And there's this one card game that we play called Millennium Blades that has so many cards, and it's just kind of like, oh yeah, have a stack that's like a deck and then a discard, and it's like those stacks will fall over because it's so many, but he's made a 3D printed thing of to have like holders for it.
Right.
Amazing.
So you can have the massive deck, and he found the text font that they use for the actual games, and was able to put like discard, shop deck, and like different things like that. It was there's a lot of practical things. There's also a 3D printing for a base part that I found on Thingiverse that was to put around an MP3 player to make it look like an old radio.
Oh, cute.
And it was designed specifically for dementia patients, so they can still be playing music, but with like a radio that they're familiar with how to use.
Familiar with. Oh, see?
That's so
And
good.
Things like
inclusive 3D printing. I love it.
Love that.
It's amazing.
What were you going to say, Steph?
Yeah, I wanted to plug our YouTube channel because back real quick to the laser etch, there's a video. I think I called it like Las Vegas merch. And the opening of that video is Randy's laser printer at work making little etchings. So if anybody's curious about wanting to see exactly what it does, plus there's some other cool things that he's worked on, head over to the YouTube channel, subscribe to it, and just hit the Las Vegas merch thing and you'll see how cool his etcher is when it's in motion.
All kinds of stuff. I have pictures too, actually. Let me pull up some pictures while we're here. Hold please. Oh, the bag is not a thing. Let's see. That's not.
Oh, that's right.
Here's this.
T-shirt printing is boring, I guess, now compared to like all the 3D stuff.
Right?
If you guys don't mind me stepping out real quick, I could probably ask.
Yeah, go for it. I'm gonna pull something up. Yeah, you go for that, and I'll do.
We'll vamp.
Where am I? Here we go. So if you see this, these are my laser etched little dog tags that we're gonna have with pronouns on them. I started with the 3 most popular and put a blank one so we can write it in if we need to. But these I just got off of Amazon, just these little pieces of wood basically, and I used the laser etcher to make this design and just burn it into these little pieces of wood.
And yeah, and all we need is some really cool, like I see a silver Sharpie at the table so people can write in.
Exactly, or whatever other color.
I am like the queen of Sharpies. I carry Sharpies with me like everywhere.
Sharpies are great.
Sharpies are awesome.
Sharpies
I
are good
love
for everything.
The other really cool thing that's really good, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the paint markers that actually there's paint.
Yes.
You can get them at hobby. I've used those. I discovered those when I was helping out somebody at their booth, and they're like, no, I don't do Sharpies, I do paint markers.
Yep.
Yes. Gates prefers those actually.
Yeah, I think they dry quicker. They're way more permanent. I think the color selection's so much better.
Yeah. So if we want to check out another cool thing, I will we had gotten into talking about electronics a little bit. Mm-hmm. And this is not finished, but it's on a breadboard, which for those unfamiliar, a breadboard is basically just a little board that has holes in it that you can put wires in if you want to like prototype a circuit to see if it works. And so this is the prototype for my phaser that I am once I figure out how to place all the electronics in the model, all of this will get compacted, soldered together, put together, and get put inside of a model. And so you can see my mouse. That's cool. Okay. So this is the module that plays the sound effect. It's on an SD card. And I just, like I said, I found the sound effects from a website called trekcore.com. And they have a library of just tons and tons of Star Trek sound effects. And so I found there's like 8 different phasers. I just found the one that I thought sounded the coolest. And so the idea is it's going to have 8 levels. I know in Canon, the Type 2 phaser has 16 settings. Don't come for me.
Don't at me.
And then there's the fire button in the middle that fires the phaser, and then the left and right button that go the setting up and down, or that move the setting up and down. And this is actually a video that I will play. I don't know if the sound will come through. I did.
Cool pants, by the way. That is your leg, right?
Yes. Those are camouflage leggings. Let's see if it will. Can you hear it at all?
No.
Dang.
Well, you know what? Again, we'll put it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
So
this is adjusting the setting up and down.
Look at that, up and down.
And I have it playing. There's like a. And that's the fire button. And so there's a little chirping sound that it makes when they change the phaser setting, and it makes that sound.
I remember it from the show. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I have a question.
Yes.
With the electronics, do you have to worry about whether, like, it gets hot, is if like the internal like the electronics or something are going to like get too hot for the.
Not really. It's
not powerful enough, really.
Yeah, there's not enough current running through it that like, I mean, it does get slightly warm, but not enough to where it turns into a problem.
Okay.
Right, yeah. I could run in there forever and not cause a problem.
Cool. Eve's leaving us.
Oh, bye.
Hi, Eve.
Bye.
I believe.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Eve. Eve, I think is, if I'm not mistaken, I think she's across the pond. So I.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means so it's probably late-ish there.
It's late-ish, and
Yeah.
nobody from. Anyway, it's going to be a very American convention this year.
I feel like it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have some things from my future brother-in-law because they are engaged. I'm so excited. This is the deck holder. So this is like
there you go.
Buy and sell cards in the core decks. Cool. And then we've got a wood print. It was with wooden filament.
Oh yeah, like my Horgon. Yeah.
That has dice in it.
Oh, that is so
love
cool.
As you can see, this is a nerdy hobby in general. But
I mean, it would be, right? Like, it's not.
And then he does have Benchy.
Of
Always
course.
a Benchy.
Always got to have a Benchy. We should probably explain Benchy.
Benchy's a good little boat, and that's all you need to know.
Benchy is a model that somebody made. It's kind of a stress test for 3D printers.
A benchmark.
Because it's the benchmark, so they call it Benchy. And if you look, there's circles and angles and all of that sort of stuff. And it's supposed to, like, in that model are the things that will show you if any of your settings are off.
Right, exactly.
And so you print one of those. Yeah.
You ready for an analogy? That would be the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, which is the one sentence in typing that has every alphabet letter.
That's
what Benchy is.
Right.
Yes, that's a really good analogy.
This is also one of my favorites that he's done. It's Bulbasaur, but Halloween. So instead of a bulb, it's a jack-o'-lantern.
Aww.
Stop it. That's so good.
Super cute. See the random things that you can make for no reason?
3D printing is Raspberry Pi. Yes. Or no. I'm sorry. They're Arduinos.
Arduino. Yeah.
I have a Raspberry Pi. I'm gonna make a Pi quarter, a Raspberry Pi tricorder.
A Pi quarter.
But I want to get the phaser and the T88 functional and working before I do that because it's a different programming language and it works a lot different. And I am not a programmer by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just really good at picking stuff out and copying and pasting the right code in the right places. And also my wife is a software developer, so she helps me sometimes too. And that's very helpful.
That sounds like me with HTML. I have no idea what I'm reading, but I'm really good at figuring stuff out and copying.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And Arduino, I think C++, I think is what it uses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or it's similar. I mean, Java looks just like it. So yeah, but it's the same class of,
Yeah, so it's Arduino for that, and then
doesn't use Python, which is the only I kind of know.
It does not use Python.
That's what Raspberry Pi use.
No, Python is not a programming language. It's a what is the word I'm thinking of? It's a scripting. It's not actually because it's not compiled. It's interpreted. That's what it is. It's an interpreter language.
Which is why it's easier.
Yes, and why it's cross-platform, because you can just take the code and everything, interpret it on its own. You don't have to compile it for whatever. So,
yeah, I am a big fan of Arduinos. I made under cabinet lighting in my kitchen, and all the LEDs are driven by Arduinos. And I found a thing that lets you make a cloud custom control app. And so I have my under the cabinet lighting. I actually have a thing on my phone, and I have, I can make it change colors and that kind of stuff. And then I have LED strips on the front of my house that are powered by Arduinos that right now, because it's Pride Month, every night at sunset, they turn on and they play rainbows on the front of my house. It's wonderful.
Yep, it is wonderful. You can do it for
That's so pretty. I love it.
Speaking of rainbows, I do love those glasses that you're wearing.
Thank you. The frames are $10 on Zenny.
Oh wow!
Now could you 3D print yourself some glasses frames, maybe?
Not rainbow glasses, no.
Well, no, but if you wanted to, I mean, that's a.
You could.
You might be able to
I mean, you could. You would need to know.
Resin? I thought that
you would need to know the exact dimensions of the lenses.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you could obviously you couldn't really 3D print lenses. You'd still have to
Right.
get lenses.
Yeah.
There's no way to. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you could custom design your own. Because you know what? I mean, I just started wearing glasses back in September.
Mhm.
And it's just so hard to find. $200 for like frames.
But you don't have to do that. Here, okay. This is an aside because it's not the subject of the panel.
Right.
I don't stand corporations, but Zenny Optical is a place you can go and get glasses, and I got 4 pairs of glasses for $150.
All right. Next time when I change my prescription, I mean, they're only readers, and I ended up at Walmart, but I have one pair for like $84, and that's just because I get my dad's discount. So that's why I was thinking maybe if it came time, if that was the thing, because like you could put the components together.
Yeah, the frames were $10, and I think the lenses were like 20 or 30 for these.
Wow.
Yeah,
you're sending me that link. You are totally sending me that.
Yes.
Link.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Right.
Exactly. Hashtag not sponsored.
Thank you, Sims.
Unless they want to.
Right.
Oh yeah. See, glasses are expensive.
Also, for people with allergies, if you like having contacts, but sometimes you can't because your eyes get too dry or too itchy sometimes with allergies, I do recommend dailies because I know a lot of people do the 2-week contacts, which is what I used to do. I started doing dailies, and it was just like, so that way it's like, oh, okay, today I feel like I can wear contacts.
Yep.
Okay, and then when I'm done, I'm done.
Throw them the hell away. Yeah.
Oh, look, I can actually read the chats a little better.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I think maybe like the resin printer would be better for glasses.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because I thought like Warby Parker, again, not sponsored, but I've seen commercials where I think they talk about doing them with resin.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I was thinking maybe.
Also,
can I do a real quick life hack for anybody that has glasses? Really, really quick?
Sure.
Please.
This is my lanyard, because I didn't want like a pearl lanyard, because I don't want to look like an old lady. But I wanted something so that I wouldn't lose them because I have to wear them. I only wear them when I read. This is a mask lanyard that somebody made on Etsy. It's Superman. I'm holding it upside down. It's a mask lanyard. So
I thought it was like the poo emoji. I was like,
no,
why?
It's my Superman. But look, see, so it's got this clip on it because it's supposed to be for a mask. And then on Etsy, I just ordered the little thingies that made it into a glasses lanyard.
Oh.
So
my sibling is about to come in with some painted examples.
Yeah, let's get back on track. I just wanted to share that because
yes. Thank you.
They're the same model, just one's much bigger.
This is from Hades.
Hades.
Yes. This is for cosplay.
Yeah. And that's another good point too, is that you can scale these up and down because they're not set to whatever size that you get them. You can make them whatever.
As we learned from the keychain ashtray.
Right, exactly.
Right, yes.
That's
Here's my I will show my I found the video of my the prototype for my T88.
Ooh.
And so green LED for the back because the back lights up green, which I have like painted on my prop here. The front, I'm going to use a white LED with blue tape. There'll be a piece of acrylic in the front, and I found this light blue tape that's kind of close to this color, and I'm just going to put a white LED behind it so it'll light up. And so they're actually in the finished one. There will be 2 LEDs, 2 on the front, 2 on the back that'll light up. And the way that it works in the show, I went back and I rewatched. I've rewatched Lower Decks several times, but I found the specific episode where they use these to figure out how it works in the show. And so what happens is they press the button, it lights up, and it makes a scanning noise for about a second. And I found it's probably not the exact sound effect, but it's one that sounds a lot like it. So you press the button, it lights up for about a second, and it plays the scanner noise. And of course, I wish you could hear the scanner noise. Yeah, it won't let me share my sound because it's not in a Chrome tab.
It's okay. I'm enough of a toddler that I just see light and I'm like,
ooh, shiny.
Oh, Doogie.
Good thing I don't
All
have
right.
other photos.
So who knew?
Yeah.
See, I loved it.
Xyle?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
I've
never heard of that.
I have not
Nice
either.
cat. That's awesome.
Is that
though.
like brown and dark brownie stuff that is little spots? You know what I mean?
I googled and there is a thing as ZYL filament.
Oh.
and it looks like there's like ZYL Tech seems to have some things. So
here's another. That's fair. That's fair.
Fair.
It's
Fair,
and it's like, I don't know. I found out it's not as expensive a hobby as I thought it was. But it definitely, you definitely do have to lay out a little bit of money for sure.
There is a point of entry for it, but like once you have the stuff, it's not expensive to keep going because
Right.
filament is cheap, right? So
Speaking
luckily
of
that,
speaking of practical things, I made this box. Obviously, I was watching Star Trek while I was putting it together because I'm always watching Star Trek.
of course.
So for the LEDs in my kitchen, there are two sets. There's a control box that sits on top of my refrigerator, and there's a control box that sits inside my little coffee station. So there's the Arduino that sits on a breadboard. There's like some resistors and wires and all of that kind of fun stuff. And so I just made this box to mount them in. And so I actually, and we should probably at some point go through the tools that we actually use to make this stuff.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
But I built the box shape. It started as a regular box, and I just like rounded the corners a little bit, and I cut the little hole for the wires here, and then I made these little cylindrical columns to fit magnets inside, so the box is really easy to open and close. And so when it closes together, and it sticks together with the magnets, but it's also really easy to pull apart if I sometime down the line
screws like you would normally have.
Yeah.
oh gosh,
so
and what is that you're watching in the background? It's Star Trek. I'm so surprised.
literally always. So yeah, Randy, we should probably talk about the tools that we use to do
Tools
this
of the
stuff, especially
trade.
the
That's
software
true.
tools.
I agree with
Oh.
Marta.
That's my sibling.
Yes, Marta, you are
That
also
is
correct.
no.
Like Randy, who surprised me with that Superman thing because he's like, I printed
Yes.
something for you, and I thought
Yeah, I
it was
know.
gonna be
I found it, and I thought about Stephanie. Yeah.
I thought it was going to be enterprise related, but no, it was.
If you have a
Superman
friend who
related.
3D prints things for you, it means they love you dearly because it takes a long time.
Because it takes a long time.
And I
I've
love you
printed
back,
stuff that's
Randy.
been on like TV and in photo shoots and stuff because I have friends in the industry. They're like, "Can you make this?" And I'm like, "I can actually."
So let's talk about software, Randy. Where do we start?
Where do we start? So there's a few pieces of software that are required. The main one is going to be called the slicer. And that's basically what you use when you take a 3D model that you've downloaded or created, but you have that file and you want to get it onto the printer. And what that basically does is take that 3D model, which is basically just a big, like, solid shape, in the computer world, and it takes it and it makes it so that your printer can do it, which is basically just little like concentric lines of stuff that it puts down. So you put it into there and it makes it so the printer can read it, it sounds super complicated, but it's very rudimentary. It's basically just like move a millimeter, squirt, move a millimeter, squirt, right? Like it's very, very simple, but it takes the 3D model and puts it into that language that the printer talks to.
Here, I have
there's
Kira
several
open,
ones
and
available.
we'll take a look.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah, there's Kira.
So this is probably the most popular slicer. It's by no means the only one. But so what you do is you find a model that you want, you download it from Thingiverse, whatever. Let me find, I'll find something to throw in here.
I'm gonna whip up Tinkercad as well while you're doing that.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna pull up Thingiverse and look at my saved models.
I hope you have mine saved.
I don't think I do because I don't think you ever showed me your
here we
account.
go.
Oh.
So this is a model of Worf's Batleth trophy from the episode Parallels, where he's
there you go.
from the Batleth tournament on Forcus 3.
Which
I
trophy
won
is
that
that?
tournament.
Yeah, is that the first place? The second
Yes,
place?
this is the first place trophy.
Where to everyone else,
right.
everyone else, he just looks like such a baby.
Right.
When they're like,
Yeah.
no, you came like third place or
Yeah,
second
you
or
got-
third, and he's like, I won that tournament.
Right.
And so this is basically a way for you to see like virtually what is this supposed to look like when it's done printing, right? And what the reason it's colored that way is it's telling me that it's not going to fit that way on my plate. So this is the kind of printer that I use, a Creality Ender 3, and this basically the program is smart enough to know how much space I have on that printer. And so when it's got those lines through it, like it's the program trying to tell you it's not going to fit the way that you have it set up. And so you want to like play with it and change the orientation and see now it will.
Out of it.
And so this is just kind of like a virtual representation of what this will hopefully look like. And there's a million different settings that you can play with. I don't think we'll get super into that because you can go down the rabbit hole very quickly here.
Oh god, yes.
And then so the file is called an STL, and that's just a standard like 3D model file. And then when you slice it, you hit slice, it will it'll do its thing. And basically what a slice does is it's writing instructions for the 3D printer saying like, move here, extrude filament here, stop extruding filament, move to the next layer. It's spitting out all of those instructions to send to the printer to make this thing on screen happen. And so it'll give you an idea of how much filament it'll use and an idea of how long it is. The time is almost never totally right. But it gives you kind of an idea.
It gives you an idea if it's going to be like a day or an hour at least.
And so what's cool is when it crashes like it just did.
Oh, that's my favorite actually. That's my favorite part of the day.
It's like cool, and we're gonna look at
crashing. That's what
it crashing.
Well, I can show you some things that I have just saved in my collections, my nerdy things collections, which is almost entirely just Star Trek.
There's just in case anybody really feels like playing around with, printing me.
190 degrees is definitely doable because my normal PLA is like 200. So that's
it's
doable.
like 250 somewhere in that neighborhood.
Somewhere in there,
So I have someone lets that screen be shared in. Someone is an admin because I didn't log in. Here's like, it's a spore drive canister.
Oh,
hell yeah!
That someone has a model of that. Like, you could print this.
My next project is going to be an Enterprise D warp core that has the ability of moving down and makes the sound.
But also, like, I have a whole collection of like cool things.
All of the things you can
I'm
make.
very interested in hosting a Halloween party where I have
just hands sticking out of the
hands
wall.
coming out of the wall.
I love it. See what you can do? Yeah.
Like, it's so cool.
Yeah,
And then,
the possibilities are endless when you start like looking around at what is available out there.
Exactly. Like, here's some exocomp stuff. Here's
Has anybody found an NX-01? Is there an NX-01 out there somewhere?
Oh, there's definitely
a whole ship. Yeah,
the whole ship. Because I know, didn't you find a D? You found an Enterprise D, didn't you?
Yeah, they're out there. I mean, like,
I
don't
think all the
really
ships are out there. I'll be honest.
That's an effort.
Agonizers.
There's so much Star Trek stuff.
City on the Edge of Forever photo display.
Oh,
so
that
that person Po Block Gim.
Yeah, he does a lot.
If you look at that person's profile, that I think is probably the most prolific Thingiverse Star Trek creator.
They are so good.
Because there is so much. Like I actually think the phaser model that I printed came from that person.
Oh wow.
Yeah. They also have a Borg implant, and now this you would want to use like a food safe printing material for like a cookie cutter.
Right.
Okay. I've got Kira back up. Is it cool if I reshare?
Yeah.
Great. Yeah,
I'll take away mine.
Okay. So let's try this again, and hopefully the program won't freeze.
Yay.
And so we tell it to slice.
Slice.
Hopefully. And so what you can do is you preview it. And let's see, this is where it crashed. I said, okay, cool. So when you go to preview, this will show you what actually will happen on the plate. You see how it had to print support underneath there for these things because these things aren't directly touching the plate.
Because gravity.
And because gravity. And what's cool is you can look at the print in all stages. So you can see like what this specific layer will look like. And you can even look at like the print head, how it is going to move along the model, which is really, really cool.
Yeah.
And it's useful if you're doing super complicated things. I don't know that I'll ever do super complicated things. So I just kind of like make sure that it makes some kind of logical sense and then I send it out.
I just love another question.
Yeah.
maintenance, like, do you have to clean the plates? Do you have to
Oh,
change
yeah.
anything out? Like how involved is maintenance of one of these?
Yes. So at least for me, I clean the plate between every print because your like oil from your hands get on it and filament gets on it and stuff gets on it. So I just rub it down with rubbing alcohol between each one and make sure there's nothing stuck to the plate itself. And then the little tiny nozzle where the filament comes out is made of like brass, which is soft metal, right? So a lot of times if it'll start getting clogged and weird and you have to change that part out. I've done other weird things with like wire management where I've had to do that, or what else do I do?
Sometimes
That's
belts
regular?
break and you have to replace
Sometimes
belts, and that
belts will
wow.
break. Yeah, it's very industrial. It's not like
Right.
it is a very industrial kind of process.
So you
Not
said you're
like-
going to pull up Tinkercad. You want to show?
Oh yeah,
off
let me do that
Tinkercad?
real quick. Yeah.
But at
Tinkercad
the same
is neat.
time, you know, like because I'm only 25 right now, but I want to have kids one day personally, and I'm excited for maybe like introducing this kind of thing to my kids so they can get excited about maybe technology and programming and 3D modeling,
Right.
and just, there's all this incredible technology that is coming out that can actually be really educational as well.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm looking at Tinkercad. So just this is a really quick primer on how to like 3D model if you have no idea what you're doing but need something quick.
And
It's basically this is free. Yeah, it's just a website too. There's not even anything you have to download. So it just gives you this work plane and you just have these things, but combining these shapes together gives you all kinds of crazy things that you would never imagine. So I'll just do like a box and I can make it whatever shape I want. And then I have a box, right? So if I sent this to my printer, I would just have a cube that I printed out. The fun becomes if I want to take another shape like a cylinder, and this one is a hole. And so what I can do is cut pieces out of my box by combining these. So I've got a box that's a solid, and I've got this cylinder that's a hole. And if I combine them, now I have this interesting shape. Like, how would I ever be able to come up with that shape, right, by myself if I had to do things? But by combining these pieces together, you can come up with all kinds of different combinations and make all kinds of fun shapes. And it's super easy to do and super free. And like the best way to get started with this kind of thing, I think, is by doing stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
And what's really cool is you can take like the things from Thingiverse. Something that's very encouraged is to like build off of other people's work, which is another part of the whole sort of like open source mentality. And obviously it's important to give people credit. Like this person made this model and then I made these modifications. But that's what I did for my T88 that has the electronics inside of it. Someone on Thingiverse made a T88 model that's great. That is where this came from. But the dimensions didn't quite feel right to me. And so I changed the dimensions around a little bit and got this, which feels fine. Except I feel like it needed to be a little bit longer and wider, which is why I have this. And I feel like this is a perfect size for it. But that's what I did. I went into Tinkercad and I split the model apart and I used those hole shapes to put holes in the model where I want the electronics to go.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so it's super easy to come up with something fast that you can just print and try out. So rapid prototyping for sure.
Yeah.
And
very,
also, if you do already know a lot of 3D modeling, then, well, you'll probably already know this, but there's a free program called Blender that is like the #1 program, essentially, for 3D modeling, and it's completely free. It's hard. It's got a steep learning curve.
It does.
but once you do learn it, like the sky's the limit. My siblings' fiance, I did specifically ask for it, but it's not in this apartment because it was given to a friend. He did make with Blender Kirby from video games,
Nintendo,
but then added like really long supermodel legs as a joke with a friend.
Wow.
It's one of my favorite statues of all time.
It's amazing.
Actually, if you look on Thingiverse, I found this and I'm going to print it because I've started to do a bunch of soldering. Somebody made a Kirby that is a fan to suck solder fumes away.
Oh, I love it.
And it's exactly the right size. It's exactly the right size that like a PC case fan fits into it.
Oh, perfect.
And so you just put like a little charcoal block to absorb the fumes, and you put it right next to where you're soldering, and Kirby sucks the solder fumes out. So
I love it.
All right. Can I have one more question? Because we're kind of coming up on time.
Mm-hmm.
How detailed can these get? Like, if you want it, like you were talking about making a person, that the person that was, how detailed does the face get? Or
it can be as detailed as you want it. You just have to know how to 3D model that.
Right. You have to know how to 3D model it, and you have to have the settings in your printer dialed in super well.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's possible to do, like, if I wanted somebody to maybe make me like not that I want this, but like an action figure from somebody from Enterprise.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If it exists, if the model exists out there, you can do it. But the problem is 3D modeling a person
who made a miniature of Stephen Sondheim
that
that had blades.
It's kind of like drawing.
Well,
right?
no, because it's so funny because some of the, like, real quick example, I have a couple years ago I got a Hallmark ornament of Trip Tucker, and when I took it out to, it looked nothing like Connor Trenier, and I was just, and I know that but I was just, and that was years ago. So I get that, but I'm just wondering how far it's come. Whether you can
for that, the problem isn't the printing. The problem is the 3D design.
Okay.
Yeah.
So someone has to sit there and like design that.
And it's kind of like drawing in terms of like the smaller you get, the harder details are to make. Right. Like there's a model in Thingiverse that I want to print that is the face palming Picard.
Oh,
yes,
it's pretty good size, and it looks dead on. It looks dead on like him.
Yeah, I'm sure the size obviously helps.
But I've seen some models that I'm like, that's supposed to be this person, and it kind of maybe vaguely looks like it, and it's and it's the smaller it is, the harder it is to make those details correct. And and in 3D printing, it's a little hard to see because like we're streaming, but you can see they call them layer lines.
Yeah.
And sometimes what can happen, because the 3D printer is just getting and executing instructions, right? Like it depends on the outside conditions remaining the same. And so if something happens and the print plate shifts to the left by like a millimeter, the 3D printer is going to keep doing its thing, but there'll be a shift in the way the layers work.
Right.
And so layer shifting is a thing that happens, like if you don't have your belts tight enough, that kind of stuff.
Lots of weird stuff.
And so, so it can be hard when you're doing like traditional, like the 3D printing that like we showed the video of. It can be difficult to make those details look right without having your printer like super dialed in, and having a really solid, like perfect 3D model.
Right.
So
this has been amazing.
4.
Yeah.
Means we have another a little bit less mechanical, but still art type of panel that is going to be probably a little unhinged.
I love it.
Any of you can stay if you want.
I'm going to bow out for this one because I'm starving.
I would like at least one person who's an admin, because
Absolutely.
I'm not. And I have to do things because I didn't log in correctly.
That is fine.
But so we should be adding Sims into the
there they are.
Sims has arrived.
So Sims is my friend and roomie, or just person who comes to my house and eats my food and lives with me sometimes. I don't know, but you're my roomie. We'll say
all of those things. Yes,
all of those things.
It's not formal, but it is.
An extraordinarily talented artist, an extraordinarily cool person.
Extremely talented artist.
Basic.
Oh, there's some lag right now. I'm wondering what's happening.
She's not at your. They're not at your apartment, are they?
That lag.
Yeah, no, they are at my apartment right now, and I'm not.
The good one though, not the parents' house.
The good
apartment with the good
the apartment has the good internet.
I could tell that was your apartment because of all the books.
Right.
Yep.
I'm going to chant so many Minecraft weapons in this place.
You know what? Maybe if Randy, if you bowed out, that would help their connection. If you were going to try.
Do you want to share your screen so I can pull it up?
Sure.
All right. So, yeah, and Sims, if you got any other internet browser stuff, maybe close that, because earlier you were streaming pretty well.
Yeah.
But so what we're going to basically do is I have a list of Star Trek aliens and some descriptions, and I'm going to describe them, and Sims is going to draw what they think they should look like. Sims has very selective Star Trek knowledge based on just being around me all the time. So it's limited, but at the same time, Sims, the important things. Klingons have 2 dicks. Dr. Crusher fucked a space candle. You know, the whole shebang.
Data has a cat. That's all I need to know.
That's true. Data has a cat. Like, what else would you want? Like, don't be ridiculous. So, I'm gonna go ahead and start explaining the first one. And now some of you guys will recognize these, but again, I went pretty obscure too. So I would, don't describe what they are in the comments because we want just Sims to go just off of my descriptions. And then when Sims finishes their doodle and design, we will pull up a actual picture of what they look like in the show. So, first one is one of my favorite aliens, one-off aliens, Antedians. Antedians were fish-like in appearance, but of similar size as many other humanoids and capable of bipedal motion. They ate fish like vermicula. Worf considered them to be a handsome race, whereas Loxana Troy stated that the last time she saw something like that, it was being served on a plate. Their minds were highly susceptible to telepathic reading. So, we got a fishy boy.
No fishy boy. There's something off about him. He's kind of fishy.
I'm already loving this face. I will say they wear, the ones that we see, just wear like straight up silver robes.
Oh,
so
sick.
Don't worry about clothing being too complicated. It's really just a robe that's silver. There's actually a very famous musician. There's a very famous musician who played one of the only ever seen on screen Antedians. Antedians. Oh my god, I just love him already. It's like he started with Magikarp from Pokemon. You know what? This isn't that far off. I thought you'd be way further off. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I love Antedians. This is already amazing. Okay. So, I love that this guy's got his little arms, his little flippers up.
Just no flippers up. Please don't. Please respond. Sai, don't do this to me.
Oh, is Pigtail Sai not responding all of a sudden?
It's being a little butt.
But it's well, you still got the doodle so far. I would also say that, by the way, the ones that we seem to have images of are like purplish blue in their skin color. He's got a plate. So what kind of art do you normally like to do? I know, but let's tell for the audience at home.
Well, I've been doing art all my life, pretty much. I started out doing digital art because I just couldn't afford traditional art supplies. Like, do you know how hard it is to get some nice markers? It's too much. So I basically just begged my parents to get a graphics tablet, and the rest is history. Eventually, when I got into college, I had to do more traditional style art, like traditional painting, traditional drawing, printmaking, which I adored. But I'm mostly a graphic artist by heart, I suppose. I enjoy it. I love it. It's cleaner. It's easier to do. I have a sketchbook that I use normally. I have a sketchbook for when I'm out and about in real life and not on the computer that I use. But I always like going back to digital art. It's my niche. It's like it's what I grew up doing.
Absolutely.
Used to do a bunch of commissions and draw and have like drawing RPs with friends where we draw heinous stuff that teenagers do when they first discover the internet and all sorts of fan fiction-y kind of stuff. You know how it is.
But you learned a lot as an artist.
I learned so much as an artist. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Sometimes I'm like, shucks, I should have gotten a better hobby, but this is pretty fun. I enjoy it.
So let me know when you feel like you've added all you can add, and I will bring up a picture of what they actually look like. I do love this man.
He has a piece of fish on his plate.
What do you think his name is?
Blurb.
Blurb. Blurb. Please, Mr. Blurb was my father. Just call me Blurb.
Oh, there it is. Okay. It's so laggy. I need to close out more things. But I will try to finish this one up and then continue.
Gotcha. All right. He looks gorgeous.
Just a nice piece of salmon.
The moral
He's a fish man, but I mean,
of like a fish serving you fish.
The fish eat fish world.
Yeah. Ooh, that actually looks really good.
Tasty,
Could
healthy.
use something like that.
He's a chef. He's a chef fish. He's head chef.
He's very susceptible to mind reading.
Psionic waves.
All right. Do you want me to?
I think I'm done with this old chap here.
Mr. Blub Blub.
Mr. Blub.
All right. So I'm going to share what the image is.
His father was a sea bass, but he thinks he's at least a C+.
I hate you for making that Animal Crossing joke. But, so if someone would let that shared screen for me get in to the stream. We did do a tech run, but there he is. That's what they look like in the show.
Oh, I love those robes. Those are fun.
Yeah.
They look like grandma curtains, but also like
but space.
It's also like some kind of fringe that you'd see on like some like gay cowboy boots or something.
Who's it looks like, you remember Billy Porter at the Met Gala?
Yes. Oh my god. Yes. That's exactly what that is.
Yeah, so can you guess what famous musician was under there?
Famous musician. Because I know music, yes. Yes. Clearly the classic artist Beyonce was on here.
It was Mick Fleetwood.
He was like, "Oh, fish alien."
He was like, "I want to be in Star Trek. I don't necessarily need to be recognized." And they were like, "LOL, we've got an idea." So there is that one. So do you want to close out any more tabs to see if that ends lag a little bit more?
Yes, let me do that.
Okay. Well, I'll start to describe the next alien. Just while you're going. So
that's
the next
with
alien,
his Billy Porter hat. Let me just close out all of my other stuff.
Oh man! Oh, that's a comic we're working on together. Gosh,
Sure
if only
is.
people would
Some
follow us
lovely
on all our social
cows.
medias. Anyway, so the
ABP, always be plugging.
the next alien we have. So that last alien and Tedians are in Next Generation. I tried to get ones from every series. I don't know if we'll get to all of them. It depends.
Please respond. You weren't doing this last time.
Angel sign. But the next species we meet in Deep Space Nine, and they're Lurians. And the average Lurian stands approximately 2 meters tall, but has a much broader and heavier body than a lot of humans.
I have to restart it. Hold on.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
You're all good. There is a Lurian that's particularly famous among, especially the Deep Space Nine fans, named Morn. I don't believe you know him, but he is a reference to the Cheers character Norm. They just moved the letters in the sense that he's a barfly and he's always at Quark's bar. It is a running joke that he is extremely talkative and everyone's sick of hearing him, but he never once speaks on camera. It's always like we, the audience, come in right when he's finished talking for like 3 hours or something. He is definitely a fan favorite. He's one of my absolute favorites. Jadzia famously went on a date with him, and he wasn't that into her. And she mentions that, she should have known because he's very out of her league. He's such a babe. Which you know who Jadzia is, right? Jadzia Dax.
Yeah.
Yes. You've seen that hottie. I love Dax so much.
Please respond.
It's okay. It's
Stop
okay.
it.
Just bring up Microsoft Paint, and see what happens. Yes, I'm sorry, audience. We are having some tech difficulties with the art program that weren't problems earlier.
Please. Painful side, please.
Plus. Okay. Freaking live jazzes. Oh, I love Jadzia. That's great. All right, that's okay. Keep describing, says Faith. So, all right, I'm going to keep describing.
Yes.
So, yeah. So I said the Lurians were grayish or tan-skinned. Their most noteworthy feature is their narrow, elongated heads. They have wide mouths and puggish noses and small, deep-set eyes. Also, Odo mentions that Morn is androgynous in the episode If Wishes Were Horses. So that was another reason I really wanted to include our little boy Morny.
Oh, Morny.
Oh, Morny. Morny.
Oh, Morny.
There is an episode named Who Mourns for Morn, because we like dumb puns here in Star Trek. There's also an episode named Who Mourns for Adonis, which has the alien they meet is literally just the god Apollo. Star Trek's great, Sims. Why don't you watch it all with me? I don't understand. Don't you want to see Alien Apollo?
I'm going to try to open up a different art stream.
That works.
Besides being a pain.
That's okay with me. But yeah, no, there's.
I can jump in to help vamp a little while we're working our tech difficulties out.
Yeah.
Are we back? I think I see it on the screen.
Is it?
There's some. This is my other programs, Clip Studio Paint, that I use for comics. I don't use it often enough. Can you please give me another description of it?
Read him
he
again?
was narrow-headed.
Yes, he's a sexy babe, as we described. The average Lurian stands approximately 2 meters tall, but has a much broader and heavier body than most humans. Lurians have grayish or tan skinned. Their most noteworthy feature was their narrow, elongated heads. They have wide mouths and puggish noses, and small, deep-set eyes. Odo mentions that Morn is androgynous, and if wishes were horses. I will say Morn does have hair. How little or how much you want to give Morn is up to you. And yes, Marta is correct. This panel wouldn't work if you had watched more Trek. I love how we know that you can do better art. Because you just did a lovely little sketch. And now you just moved to this program and you're just like, LOL.
I'm not used to this program's settings.
Listen, guys, that just says, the
versatility.
Just, you got to find what program's right for you and so on. Yeah, I would describe his clothing as like inflated leather. But I do like what you've given him.
Inflated leather. Okay.
He does have ears, for the record.
Okay, that helps.
Yeah. So if you want to give him ears, I'm not going to say where on the head they're placed, but they're there. He was played by Mark Sheppard, but not the Mark Sheppard most people think of, who was in Doctor Who and Supernatural and X-Files. I know so many in Firefly. I know so many people have gone, wait, it was Mark Sheppard. It's a different Mark Sheppard, guys. Although Mark Sheppard, the actor who was in all of those other things, is in so many things, and it would totally make sense that he would also be in Star Trek. He was not. Oh my god, I love this. Studded leather jacket.
You know it.
I mean, yeah, a biker, that would make sense. He seems to be involved in crime. As Callie mentioned earlier, have you ever heard of the Lesepian Mother's Day heist? You're right, Faith. He is in Star Trek, just not as Morn. Yes, different. Mark Sheppard is also in Star Trek, just different character. I love this already. He's got grayish tan skin, by the way. This is what they said.
Yes. I am super unused to this program.
Yes, Morn has multiple stomachs, and he did seem to store a lot of the platinum, of the gold pressed platinum, in one of his stomachs. And we see him regurgitate it every once in a while. This is already beautiful. You know what? You could even have the tattoo say mom, because he does talk about his mom. His mom is mentioned. I mean, he doesn't talk about his mom, but they talk about like having to get a gift for his mother and everything.
That's cute. What the hell?
Okay.
Is Star Trek supposed to be cute?
It can be, but I'm going to share what he looks like.
Please do.
With you. Because I think it's important that you see. I love this Morn, don't get me wrong.
You don't like Leather Daddy Morn?
No, I love this Morn. I'm just saying maybe this Morn is our Morn in his younger
This is Mirror
days.
Universe.
Oh my god. I don't think we did see Mirror Universe Morn.
This is canon. Someone talk to the show writers right now.
God, he looks so good. What a babe. You can really see what Jadzia saw in him. Callie or Steph, can you pop in the image? That's Morn.
Yep, total hottie. What a babe.
That's that's what he looks like in the show. I believe in that scene, he's asked a question and he shrugs.
That's where he's. That's the episode.
Yeah,
with,
that is inflated leather. He looks like a sofa.
Yeah.
That's the episode where we meet Sloane and he's questioning the crew.
Yeah, and he's asked about Dr. Bashir.
And Morn just goes,
His ears are so tiny. I love it.
And see, again, I didn't lie about the hair. He just has stray hairs that you can see around his head, and they're kind of gross, but they're there.
Let me switch back to Psy now that it's running.
Oh, okay. So that is a Lurian. So we've done Untedians and Lurians. Now, so I started with next gen, and I seem to be going order, but I will double back. What? Did
You
start
work.
crashing?
You work. Don't you pull this shit. You work.
I think
application.
we should stick with Clip Studio Paint because Sai's not working.
Okay.
Listen, I'm sorry too, but
What a
so
mess.
the next alien we have is Faith just said this is definitely what Morn looked like before his hair fell out, so that's canon now.
Absolutely.
So for Voyager, I have species 8472. We don't know what they call themselves, but that is the name that the Borg give them.
I'm just going to hang out.
Yeah, no, you should, because we love you, Callie.
Also, it's established
Please
in
do.
Star Trek Online that Species 8472 calls themselves the Undine.
Oh, is it? Well, I didn't find that on Memory Alpha.
I don't know if what happens in Star Trek Online is considered canon or not, but that's what, they call themselves the Undine in Star Trek Online.
Interesting.
Okay.
So, yeah, let me give you their description. So, species 8472 stood approximately 3 meters tall and were tripedal. And then their eyes had cruciform pupils, and they lacked obvious mouths, nostrils, and ears. Cruciform pupils means pupils that are shaped in like a cross.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
Sick.
And they lacked obvious mouths, nostrils, and ears. They have an epidermis. No description on that epidermis. It just says that they have one. I'm going off the Memory Alpha physiology.
Yes, this is
They
real
do
skin.
Have skin. They
They
do
do
have
have
skin,
skin.
in fact.
They were immensely strong, able to dismember humanoid limbs and rip through bulkheads with ease. They do not appear to require oxygen or need any atmosphere for survival and can walk around without the aid of gravity, being able to cling to surfaces. But also, for pride though, don't worry, species 8472 had as many as 5 genders. So sure, they're scary as all hell and all that, but hey, don't be so binary with your legs or your genders. Let's see 8472.
The criticism that I hear about Species 8472 is like they immediately introduced the scariest alien Star Trek had ever seen, and then like 1 or 2 seasons later made them not scary anymore.
Yep. That's usually what it's. I remember seeing when they were introduced as a kid on TV and crying.
Oh yeah, I was terrified.
Crying so hard.
Yeah, this feels like a better brush.
I think you're doing a wonderful job.
Right.
I already love this little
Almost
Spider-Man.
Almost forgot the cross eyes. That's the one thing.
Is he a cross-eyed cross-eyes? Who knows?
Your galaxy will be purged.
But yeah, they're supposed to be so scary that the Borg are even scared of them. The Borg are like, nope, 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 nope.
8472 says trans rights.
That really threw me. I didn't expect that.
I love it so much.
I also love your note for tripedal just says tripod. They are tripods.
Tripod, 3 meters.
It's a big little tripod. Oh, is this another one for scale? Like a human for scale?
Yeah, it's a human.
It's like, whoa. My tall, scary friend said trans rights. I would 100% watch this show.
Yes.
Species 8472 Pride event coordinator.
What kind of clothes do they have?
They don't have
They
clothes.
don't.
It's never mentioned what clothes in my description, but they don't have clothes. They have epidermis. It is only epidermis. As Marta said in the comments,
I love an alien that can kick my ass.
Said species 8472. We have skin. Federation officer. Is it your skin? We have skin. Yes.
I will not fill out this CAPTCHA. I'm a real person.
What's funny about the mental imagery of that is the episode of Voyager where we have species 8472 pretending to be humans and the leader is Boothby. So I can just imagine Boothby. It is our skin, young man.
It's our
skin now.
Stay off my grass.
So I'm gonna.
Yeah, go ahead. You could show me. I am just shit posting at this point.
But I love it. I just love that this little guy's saying trans rights.
Yeah. Let's do the reveal. What does 8472 really look like?
All right, 1 second. I just want to pull up. Yep. Let me. So I wanted to get the right image. This would be our friend. This is Voyager when they actually started to try computer special effects. They started getting ambitious.
Ooh, okay. Yes. I'm here for it.
But I really want to just Photoshop in that one clutched hand, just trans rights. It's like it
yes,
looks
I
already
have
like
skin.
I have skin trans rights. Is that going to be our next T-shirt that we sell at Vegas? Just 8472 holding a sign.
If you have skin, do you support trans rights?
Listen, we have skin. That's all you need to know.
All right, what's our next alien?
Okay, our next alien. I went back because I realized I'd skipped past original series, which meant I skipped past so many great wild aliens, and I specifically wanted to go with aliens that were not humanoid from original series because I think those are the funniest ones in my opinion.
Love
because
that.
their ability was limited. So the cat's paw aliens, they never actually have a name, but there's an episode that's not very good called Cat's Paw, which is kind of a Halloween episode. There is a kitty.
Like nya.
Like nya. The only description I could actually find of them was deprived, because they look humanoid for most of it, and then at the end it's revealed that without their machine, their transmuter, that was all an illusion, and we see what they really look like right before they die. It's deprived of their transmuter. Sylvia and Korob have resumed their real forms and are, as Sylvia described them, feathers in the wind, a life form that is totally alien to our universe. So I thought you could have fun.
Great description.
Is that all you're giving?
I can give more if you'd like.
That's what has to go on.
Well, I like to describe this. When I first saw this as a child, and it was before the remastered, I was pretty sure it was being held up with strings, though the remastered, they did edit those out. I think they made these with a pipe cleaner. Maybe an acorn cap. Some random pieces of grass. Maybe some grasshopper legs. And what looks like shrimp tails. I'm not kidding. That is the only way I can describe these guys.
I know you're not, but that's
there looks like a really bad bejeweled stone that might be on like what I guess would be the head area. All right. Well, this is also an interpretation. This is
don't become an artist. You could draw whatever you want. I ended up drawing this.
Off-brand. Okay, but you gotta add that shrimp tail in there. I'm not saying that this is a wrong one. I'm just. And I don't think most people remember what the cat spot aliens actually looked like. So I think even really hardcore Trekkies would say, yeah, it could have been. It is just a moment
grasshopper legs.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what those look like.
It is just a moment that really was important to my heart when I was a child.
I need to point out that Randy in our private chat has said, Meowth, that's right.
Really is. Also, Marta said in the comments, cat spot aliens love lasagna and hate Mondays.
Yup. Yup.
I'm already obsessed. Oh, he's so good.
I love this so much.
So, is this Sylvia or Korob? Because there's two.
Yes.
There's Korob. Yeah. Okay. All right. You can add color if you'd like. I can also show you the image, or you can keep going.
Please do.
Oh no, you made it more of a garf. It's more of a garf now. You're pulling out a full-on Meowth Garfield hybrid. And I hate it, but I love it. No, Korob. Korob. What, do you not know how to spell the names of this one-off Star Trek character that no one liked?
Okay, I've just decided to become a Star Trek fandom gatekeeper. Marta, get out. I'm kidding.
No.
Oh my god, I'm kidding.
All right, I am going to share my screen. Callie can add it in whenever.
I need to stop yawning. That doesn't make for good viewing.
It's all good. This is what they look like. Did I lie? Like, that looks like a pipe cleaner here. And that looks like shrimp tail. Yeah. That looks like grasshopper legs. This looks like an acorn cap. This looks like a gem. And then I don't know what sort of twigs they just found.
I feel like Sim's mind is blown.
We broke Sims. Listen, they didn't have a big budget. It was the 60s. But listen, no hate against Doctor Who, but everyone, all the time, people will be like, listen, Doctor Who looks bad, but that's just before they had a budget. And I'll be like, you know what? Star Trek tried all kinds of stuff with no budget.
Right. All right, what's up next?
Okay, so next up is an alien from the animated series. The Lactrans or Lectrans. Um,
Is that like French trans people? Le trans?
La trans. No,
That was such a bad joke. I'm sorry.
it's almost like lactating trans because it's LAC.
Whoa. Okay. All right.
I mean,
Right on.
Okay.
Right on.
Somebody's into that.
Thanks for making it weird.
I'm just saying what's true. So the lactrans, large non-humanoid creatures moving like in a slug-like manner. They're slug-like. On the front of their face was a trunk or tentacle type structure, which ended in 3 finger-like ends, which they used as their main mode of object manipulation. Their 2 yellow eyes were slightly raised from their head. I dug deep, man. I found some of the really fun aliens that I thought would be great to draw.
When you said animated series, I thought you were going to say, okay, I'm going to have you draw a Cation. And I'd be like...
When I just say, cat girl.
Well, I have a cardboard stand-up of one right behind me.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You have angry cat girl.
I have angry cat. God, I love Tana so much.
This is honestly looking pretty good.
There are characters that you feel like you are, and there are characters you kind of wish you were. And I think Ta'ana is a character I wish I was. I'm not that grumpy.
But you wish you were more cranky?
I kind of do, honestly, at least in certain situations.
I love when everyone finds out Mariner's the daughter. They go up with requests for her, and Sienna's request is basically, can I bang the Bishorin?
Oh, just so good.
Just got these little olive eyes.
Yeah, so he's got a tentacle or trunk coming out of his face. It's pretty long, and then it ends in like 3 fingers.
Okay.
So that's my one critique. Would you make that a little bit longer? They are in.
Sims is here for accepting notes.
They are in an episode.
I will not be taking criticisms at this time.
They are an episode where they take certain sentient creatures and put them in zoos because they don't realize that they're sentient. He's flipping us off. That's really good. I love that. Which I remember that was a plot of an episode of The Orville. And I remember seeing on Twitter people being like, that's such an original episode idea. And I was like, I'm not saying it was a bad episode. I thought they did a good job, but it's not. They literally did that in the animated series. You guys are just weak and couldn't sit through the Hanna-Barbera animation.
I love Hanna-Barbera animation. I could do a whole panel on that alone.
I know, you came into my room one time in college and just slammed open the door and said, why did you never tell me there was a Star Trek Hanna-Barbera animated show? I was like, I'm sorry, I failed you. All right, I'm loving where you're going with this, with the patterning and everything.
Yes.
So I'm gonna share my screen. This is beautiful. This is clearly a race but so this is what he looks like in the show, or they look like.
Aww.
You honestly didn't get that far off.
I love it. Thank you.
Actually, without
Thank
the
you,
trunk,
Fave.
it kind of looks like the smart bug from Starship Troopers.
You're not wrong. Wait, can we see yours again, Sam? I'd really like to see yours again, because I love them.
That's what they look like as babies.
Baby. There it is.
Well, actually, we do see a small one that's a baby, but it's good. It's good. I think you did it. It's all good.
All right. What do we got next?
All right, so yeah, we got another one. All right, well, I don't know how much time we're gonna have, so I'm gonna give a quick option.
Okay, we've got 15 minutes left in our
Yeah.
time. So
I could also show the other ones that I did.
Well, no, because I've got ones that I still want you to do. So I've got an option of, do you want a discovery one, another TOS one? I've got a couple very funny TOS ones in my mind, or do you want an enterprise one?
You could pick my poison. You've been doing it all this time already.
let's pick the discovery alien because I think I know which one you're going to talk about.
Okay, I don't know if you know.
Okay, all right.
A Saurian. Saurian, that is, yeah, Disco Very, which is the shirt I'm wearing. It says Disco on the back, it says Very, but I'm wearing a sweater.
Nice.
So Saurian, there is one named Linus on Discovery, and I love him.
That's who I was hoping. I love Linus so much.
The Saurians resemble humanoid lizards with scaly skin that could be pink or gray. Their large black or yellow eyes are endowed with both vertical and horizontal eyelids and grant them an enormous visual spectrum of 74,000 nanometers.
I'm gonna need you to repeat that because I was just like, haha, Sauron from that one thing.
Lord of the Rings.
That one thing, yeah. That one thing to rule them all. Okay, the Saurians resemble humanoid lizards with scaly skin that could be pink or gray. Their large black or yellow eyes were endowed with both vertical and horizontal eyelids and granted them an enormous visual spectrum of 74,000 nanometers. Oh god, I already love this. I will say
they also make good brandy.
They make good brandy, or as Evil Kirk says, "Give me the brandy." I don't know. William Shatner gets a lot of crap for his acting, but honestly, I was into it.
His acting is great. It's the rest of him.
Well, yeah.
It's the rest of him.
My thing is that I actually really like his acting, and I find a lot of the times when people say that he's a bad actor, they take a lot of it out of context. Like things where he's like actively being like possessed, and they'll be like, "Why is he acting so weird?" I'm like, "Well, if you watched the episode,
if you were possessed by some weird alien, you'd act weird too."
Yeah. If you'd watched the episode, yes,
Linus is such a good being, and I want him very much to find his station.
No, absolutely. My thing with Linus too is like Linus is kind of just like a side character for a while, and then in season 3 of Discovery, he just was like openly being like, "Giorgio, my friend now."
Right.
And Giorgio is so evil, and he just comes over to her with popcorn during movie night. He's like, "Hey, got some popcorn."
Aww.
Oh, I love this version of Linus. Oh.
Also, there is a Saurian on Lower Decks.
There is. There was also a Saurian in the motion picture. That's in the background. That looks very different. But you know, so I kind of put the Saurian in as both a Lower Decks and a Discovery representation.
Yeah, on the Lower Decks, there's I don't think they get a name, but it's Riker's first officer on the Titan.
Yes. Let's go forward in the warp factor of 5, 6, 7, 8. And then just, what warp factor? Which one?
Give me warp factor of. Oh, so good. God, I love Lower Decks so much.
All right, I'm going to share what Linus looks like. Linus is one of my dream cosplays, honestly. Not even kidding. I really do want to make that prosthetic. Look at him.
Such a good bean.
He's
I love him so
friend.
much.
No, he's so friend-shaped. He does, like, in his first, like, appearance, he just does like sneeze all over a bunch of people.
He is very friend-shaped. I like that terminology. He's very friend-shaped.
Yeah, he's shaped like a friend. All right, we've got.
And he talks like this. This is not my station. There's a very funny bit where he's like transporting all over everywhere. When they get these new comm badges that let them transport everywhere, he just like randomly
keeps
pops into
getting
places
lost
on the ship. Yeah, because he doesn't know how to find his
This
station.
is not my station.
Poor guy.
So much.
This isn't my lovely
all right.
house. This
I
isn't
say
my
we-
lovely wife.
I say we have time for one more, so I'm gonna make the
I think one
executive
more is good.
decision that it's gonna be Enterprise because we haven't done an Enterprise one yet.
Hell yeah! Shout out to Steph.
Shout out to Steph. So I had to go with Denoblian.
Denobulans. Yeah.
Oh, hey guys.
You caught my
popped in for
attention, so
class.
here I am.
Yeah,
So-
we're all gonna hang out now.
You guys gonna be here for one last one?
Yeah.
God, I love Denobulans.
They
I do
are
too.
awesome.
So Denoblians, anatomically, Denoblians were considerably more complex than humans. Denoblians have prominent facial ridges running down either side of the forehead to the cheeks, an enlarged brow ridge under a high receding hairline, a vertical crevice in the center of the forehead, and a rigid chin. They had ridges on their back along the spine. Their toenails are dark brown and yellow striped. Denobulans have to trim their toenails at least once a week due to the nails' extremely rapid growth rate. Denobulans also had very long tongues, and they used tongue scrapers.
What
I'd hope so.
odd details to include.
Listen, I just was like, what are some fun little things to that?
Well, and
because
also
there's-
if you think about Phlox as a character, it makes sense that those are the details we would learn about Denobulans from him. Like
yeah.
if we got to know a different Denobulan, we might not know those details.
That's
I
true.
will also add, though this is not in the description, Denobulans can puff up their faces like blowfish.
Yeah, I
Which
was gonna
is
ask if we
so
were gonna go
good.
there. That was, oh
So
my
good.
god, that scene in the bar.
It's iconic.
I lost it. I had a bit to drink the last time I watched that episode, and I had forgotten about it. Because I've been on a journey with Enterprise long ago when I was kind of a jerk. I refused to watch it because I was doing the hashtag not my Star Trek thing. Not proud of it. I'm not proud that I was ever that kind of person. But I watched it and I like it. I enjoy it. And then I went and watched it again and I like it even more.
Yeah. Totally
So
like it.
I enjoy it. But yeah, on my last watch through, when I got to that episode, I had a bit to drink and I had forgotten that was a thing. And I was laying on my couch. I was like, what? Oh, it was so good. I love Phlox.
I think the best part about that whole thing was, he was Reed and Mayweather were there supporting him, and because it was all this xenophobic.
Yep.
And then when he did that, the two of them just had a moment where they're like, "Wait a minute, we didn't even know this."
Yep.
And Denoblians have more open marriages than
Hey.
traditional.
Yeah, their culture is polyamorous by nature.
Yep,
yeah,
three.
he has a wife and co-husband. Is that correct?
He has three
Yeah.
wives, and his three wives all have three husbands.
So he's got co-husbands.
Yeah.
The
He also
description.
mentioned he was a doctor.
A
yeah, he's a
multi-income
doctor.
house.
This is a description of Dr. Phlox for Dan Leckie, who's just like, I'm late. What? Also, I love that you've added in the ridges on the back and the toenails. This is such a, oh god, he's great. I love this. I love this. Oh, you gave him a stethoscope.
That's perfect. No, but a night in sick bay when you first get to see him filing his nails, and the captain's like, "Oh my god, what is that noise?"
Star Trek's great, guys.
Star Trek is neat. I just think it's neat.
Anna, where are you getting the descriptions from?
Is it?
Memory Alpha Physiology section. I go. The Memory Alpha wiki. I've been going to physiology. But then I was adding in a few things that weren't always added, so I put in the puffed up thing. I love this rude little doctor man. He's just like sticking out his tongue.
Rude little doctor man. He's so big.
All right, I'm gonna
Nasty little doctor man.
I'm gonna
out for.
I'm gonna show you what a denobulin looks like. Here he is with his face puffed out.
Oh, Puffy.
That is our beloved.
Oh,
Fox.
I love it.
Let me see. Oh yeah, here's his toenails.
Oh God.
Here's his
Jesus
tongue.
Christ.
This is a denobulin not
Does he
puffed
have
up.
jaundice?
Does he have
There's how we normally see him. Yeah.
That's normally what denobulins look like, but he can do the puff.
All right, we've
He
got
huffed-
6 minutes. Can we do one more? Do we have time for one more?
Okay, I'll give you a really yeah, let's do a quick one. Okay. All right, in theory, if you knew what this was, it'd be quick to draw. So, Horda. Oh, Horda, they're from original series. Horda anatomy was composed of a material similar to fibrous asbestos. Horda physiology was very different from the carbon-based life forms more commonly found in the galaxy. That's the whole description. I would also add that the Horda is a very good mom. Oh! Dan Leckie said they wrote that description. For denobulins.
Nice.
It's a good description,
No.
Dan.
Can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Okay, so Horda anatomy was composed of a material similar to fibrous asbestos. So it's literally an asbestos piece. Horda physiology was very different from the carbon-based life forms more commonly found in the galaxy. And it is also, yes, and as Marta said, Horda is a hardworking mom of around 300 or so. It has a lot of babies. It's a good mother. We love her. Also, she would like you all to know, no kill eye.
Oh, yes, correct.
She burns that into a rock because she can't speak, but she mind melds with Spock, understands a little bit of human language, and then burns into a rock, no kill eye. And they don't know if it's a promise to not kill anyone else or if it's a plea to not be killed, but it gets the point across.
We watched that episode when we were in New York together.
Yes, when we went to the Roxbury Motel.
Houses.
this asbestos mom.
This is what asbestos looks like.
She's doing
This is
as best
totally
as
what
she can.
asbestos looks like. Nice.
You're welcome.
My life would be so incomplete without dad jokes. I love it so much. Oh,
Times 300, yes.
Faith is thinking the same thing I was thinking.
Yep. We all thought that.
My first thought.
I love the weird little like kissy mouth you gave.
Oh, I thought she was like smoking a doobie. I was like, get it, mom.
No, it's no, it's like a proboscis.
Breakfast for baby, I guess.
She's gonna throw up in its mouth.
Just
They never
vomit
did
into its
explain how
mouth
she
like a
fed them,
bird.
so.
No, well, the babies
You're like,
are
wow,
actually
you breastfeed?
eggs.
That's so primitive.
The babies are in eggs, actually. So
Oh, that is
Here's
an
a
egg,
deep
obviously.
dive.
Oh, wow. This is news to me. Where is it in Deep Space Nine? If you don't
Where
mind
is
adding
it?
in the comments. That's great.
I love Deep Space Nine, and I love the episode of original series Devil in the Dark. So I'm just kind of like, oh my god, I need to know that now. This is the most honestly, this is how I see the Horda. I'm not even gonna lie. I love her so much.
Pull up the all right, Anna, pull up the
wonderful.
picture.
All right,
of,
I've got it. I've got it.
My first thought when I saw the Horda was Pizza the Hut.
Yeah,
Yes,
from
From
Spaceballs.
Spaceballs, yeah.
So this is the
Oh.
Horta.
God, I hope Sai saved what I was drawing.
Super close, super close.
Yeah, even the coloring was pretty
Oh
close.
yeah, I was spot on.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Also,
That's what I
these,
see.
these are her babies.
Solid.
Those are balloons.
Oh, she got a
Those
bunch
are
of
her eggs.
she got a bunch of beach balls from like Target ball section.
Yeah, she did.
And spray painted them, it appears.
Yes, I agree with Marta. Marta and I have long been upset that in one of the movies they were discussing aliens that could be on the Federation Space Council, and they did suggest Horta, and then they didn't get Horta in, and we said that's a crime. The Horta should be there. The
I
best
agree.
miners there are. Look, she makes this great hole.
Miners, not miners. Oh, she is both.
Yeah. She's just like,
If I
ayo.
could try to get this image into the other program, I would love to. Nope, it crashed again. It's just not meant to be. Maybe some other time.
Please.
Do we have time for another, or what? Were we vamping, or?
Well, I just sent a quickie message off to Sirach, but Sirach is always, fashionably late. We love him.
Maybe he's on the road back to Vegas again.
Yeah.
We did not announce that earlier, but Sirach Lofton is going to be joining us soon. So
Yes.
hopefully.
We like for it to be a surprise and not the main focus.
Well, we want people to follow us on social media. It was all over social media.
So for those of you who don't know, Sirach Lofton, Jake Sisko. So I say we could do another one of these. Just
All right.
don't.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's do.
Wait, Anna, we got an animated series.
I know. I knew that too. You don't understand how many nights Marta and I stayed up screaming about Hortus.
Oh my god.
We love them
Terrifying.
so much. But yeah, the Horta actually, Sims, I think you'd like that episode. The only one Horta stays alive while and gives birth to a bunch of eggs. And that one mother Horta takes care of the babies until until they all hatch. So
I mean, I could watch a big pile of beach balls.
well, not when there are miners coming in and destroying the beach balls.
Oh,
Well,
sure.
right, yeah.
As long as they're big enough for Baby Yoda not to eat. 'Cause
So, all right, I'm going to give hints to you guys as to which one I should do next. Well, should I choose the episode with Space Abraham Lincoln,
Yes.
or okay,
Say Abe Lincoln.
I'm sorry. What was the other? What was the other?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, Sirach's here.
Sirach's here. Then never mind.
He's half here. Let's wait for the video.
I'm gonna say, I'll wait for the
Yeah,
video.
that's
Yeah.
true.
That's true.
Hey!
Anything's possible. Hey.
What's up?
Hey, Sirach.
Hi,
He's out in
Sirach.
nature.
How's it going?
Fabulous.
So glad you could be here.
I'm glad to be here.
Oh, there we go.
Well, let's
Yeah.
real quick thank Sims for her time.
Yes.
Absolutely,
Yes.
Sensei.
Thank
And her
you.
creativity. Thank
Yes.
you.
How wonderful and fabulous. I feel like they're frozen there in time. Oh, there we go.
Thank you for having me.
Anytime.
Absolutely. Oh my god, so much fun.
And we'll post
I hope
your
my aliens were alien enough.
They were very alien.
They were more alien than they were in the show, some of them. So, yeah.
We will post your social media on our Facebook and Twitter, Sims. So
Wow.
Cool. You could follow me on my art Instagram at CSimSketch. I will post eventually, I swear.
That's fair.
And I'm
that's fair.
elsewhere. Anna will put it in.
I will put
Yeah,
it.
absolutely.
Thanks, Sims. Bye.
Bye.
Love you.
All right, first question, Sirach. Where the heck are you? It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, that's a great question.
I'm in Big Bear.
Oh, cool. Oh, you guys don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I was like, it's like a park, like skiing and like camping and stuff up very close to LA.
Oh, cool.
In the winter, there's snow skating
Yeah,
and stuff.
got a
Very
lake
fun.
back there.
Yeah, lake. Yeah, for sure.
It's gorgeous.
It's gorgeous up there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice. I'm glad I'm getting some signal. I was worried about that.
I know. I'm surprised you have a good enough signal to like video chat up at Big Bear. That's crazy. That's good.
Yeah, it looks great.
Doing good.
Thanks, Anne-Marie.
How you
It's
guys doing?
making us all jealous because
I know. Yeah, I rolled from song. No, that's great. What are you doing up there? Are you up there for the weekend or just for the day? What's today? It's Sunday, right? It's the weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, just for the day. I'll be.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm here for the day.
Sweet. So nice to get out, get away. It's a lovely day outside, I've heard. I haven't been out. I went out to get groceries, and that was the end of it. I'll have to check it after.
It's really hot in New York, I'll tell you that.
Oh, is it?
Mm.
I think it was like 80 something outside here, which isn't terrible for LA.
Yeah, it's actually hotter here, I think, on the East Coast than what you guys are saying, maybe.
That's funny.
It is. So, Sirach, what have you been up to since last time we all chatted together?
It's gorgeous right here. Man, I've been just doing my thing as a dad. That's the #1 priority for me.
Oh.
Teaching my daughter how to play basketball.
Oh, very awesome.
She's been getting into basketball. Yeah, she's getting into basketball, and when.
Oh, here we go again. It's Vegas all over again. We love Sirach, but he definitely loves to travel when he talks to us.
He does like to do a traveling interview, I've noticed. That's kind of
I
fun.
know.
He should have a travel blog.
He should just like have a travel show, like Jake Sisko on the road or something.
So we have NPR.
Right.
Jake Sisko reporting.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I always like.
Hopefully you'll see him again.
There's always a lot of
Last
talk.
time you didn't, so who knows?
Yeah, one of the more popular like what if Star Trek fandom questions is that like if you lived in the Federation, what would you do for your job? And I feel like the Federation News Service is probably where I would be. To be honest,
there you go.
I don't know that I would actually join Starfleet. I feel like I would be a reporter.
I would 100% be someone who wrote holo programs.
Oh, nice. That would be fun.
Hollow novels like The Doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
Sirach, we were just discussing how in the fandom a lot of people like to talk about like what they would do if they lived like in the 24th century, and I think everybody always assumes that like, oh, I'd be doing something in Starfleet, but I actually always imagined that I would work for the Federation News Service and be like a news person.
I always loved that about
Jake. Welcome to the team.
Yeah.
I loved that about Jake personally, watching, I grew up watching Star Trek as a kid watching Star Trek, and, Wesley was great for me as a kid, but at the same time, he's like, I can't wait to join Starfleet, and I was like, I don't know, man, it seems kind of dangerous. And then to see Jake actually have that conversation with his dad, where he's like, I don't want to follow in your footsteps, I want to do my own thing, was so moving.
So what would Sirach do in the 24th century?
Yeah, and there's also other options.
Yeah, what would you do?
Sirach in the 21st century. I like my job. I like writing. I like the idea of being a writer. But I also like that they showed other things that you can do, like what Quark was doing by being a business owner. I thought that's kind of a first too in Star Trek, showing like non-Starfleet kind of business owners.
Yeah, the whole promenade setup was great because you got to see like a slice of actual life outside of Starfleet.
Right.
Which, like, I mean, it's a TV show, right? So you're not going to be able to figure out the entirety of the universe. But that's something that I appreciated about Deep Space Nine, and I appreciate about like other individual episodes of other series is like you get to see what life is like for like the average person, because the average person is certainly not in Starfleet, right?
Right.
Oh.
And here we go again.
But you know, we got a pretty good quality conversation in just there.
Yep, that's might be the end of it. Cue clown music. Yeah, well, let's. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I was going to just be like.
I know, Benji.
Oh, sorry, I added before we had a more
It's
than half.
It's a solid maybe. Yeah. Solid maybe. Yay! It's my hometown.
New Orleans.
I always love seeing it on TV, even though it's never what it's actually like.
Oh,
You know what? The back alley was kind of close though.
Yeah, we've got a fan question. Let's get that in.
Oh yeah. Do you still see Avery Brooks a lot, Sirach? That's the question. The fan question.
I don't see him. No, I don't see Avery. No, I talked to him on the phone.
Avery's on this. Isn't Avery here in New Jersey? Isn't he East Coast?
Yeah, Avery's on the East Coast.
Oh, nice.
And we talk, like, it's funny because now that we're doing this podcast and I'm rewatching the episodes, I get a chance to talk to him about some of the episodes and get his input on it.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
That insight would be so much fun.
So he's up to speed with the reviews.
And I bet it's a different conversation now versus when you guys were shooting, obviously, because you understand a lot more stuff now, and so I think that would be a really interesting and different conversation versus when it was originally happening.
Yeah, it is. It is more interesting, and then as an adult watching the show and being kind of critical of it, talking about who directed it or who wrote it, and these kinds of things are important to like kind of reflect on. I get some insight on what his mindset was when he was doing it. I don't really share those kinds of information because some of it's personal, but just for me, having those conversations is valuable because.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would be so cool.
Gives me a better understanding.
And, you don't have to answer if this is too personal, but I imagine, well, he didn't want to. He didn't want to.
He was like, you know what? I can feel how personal it is. I'm not going to answer the question. I don't understand the question, and I am not going to answer it.
I was just going to ask, he's a father now, and what it's like watching Cisco, such a father character, and how that's...
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Compared to growing up on the show and being the kid, now you're a dad and you're watching this, father figure.
Right.
I just think Cisco's a great dad.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right.
That's true.
I was wondering if, Sirach, if, you are a dad now, we'll see if it works. How it feels watching the show now as a father, watching Cisco be a father to you.
Yeah, and those small moments we have is special because I'm actually doing those same things for my daughter. And before we got cut off before, I was telling you that we go play basketball together. We growing a bond about, just doing activities. She's enrolled in basketball and tennis, and sharing those moments with her are just special. And even sometimes watching Star Trek. So
Yeah, I was gonna ask if she's a
she's
fan.
aware of it now. She's becoming more aware.
What's
Is
your
she
favorite
is she a
show?
Not a
fan?
fan, yo. Not yet.
No. Okay.
No. No, she's not a fan.
Well, and I imagine being a kid, it's just like, oh well, there. I just imagine being a kid that was like, oh, that's dad stuff. That's uncool.
I know, right? Like I'm trying to think of what that would be like if like that were my parents. But I feel like if you grow up knowing that that's what your parent does, like maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. Like I don't have that experience at all.
We don't have that
control for it.
I always think
But,
about
like-
the fact that Siddig and Nana's son was born kind of on the show.
Oh,
Right,
technically they
right.
were on the show.
Yeah,
Right,
like
yeah, for sure.
and
Sure.
how like I was born almost the same time as him, but like our relationships are very different.
Right. Like my mom's a nurse, and I'm not like, ooh, nurses are boring. So it's like, how do you like
yeah,
what's the you know? Like, so I don't know if it's
But also, it's you're watching. Imagine it's for her. She's watching her dad when he was a kid, and it's like
That's true. That's true. If I
Where
was watching my
weird.
mom as
where
a,
did you? You're so
as a
short.
child nurse, I guess it's a Doogie Howser situation. Then I don't.
Yeah, she's 9 right now.
Oh, okay. So she's
Oh,
still
okay.
she's still young to be a
I mean,
huge fan.
she'll be 10 this year. Yeah. So eventually she'll be as old as I was on the show, and we'll be the same age. It's coming up shortly.
That's so funny.
Oh wow, yeah.
Are you going to tell her, "Hey, get a job"?
Right? Like, why aren't you bringing in more money? Get a job.
Yeah, I've told her that she's. I've told her, I was like, yeah, I was working when I was your age. She's like, working.
Working?
Yeah.
Was that before child labor laws? What's happening? Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's like working. So I'm telling her, you can start now. But she hasn't showed any desire to be in the entertainment right now.
How interesting.
She's just finding herself in sports and friends and playing with
That's great.
Playing with slime. All the kids love slime these days.
Is that a thing?
Oh yeah.
What?
I've seen so many like videos. I know a few kids who are like, "Let's talk about slime all day long," and I'm like, "Whoa, that's the thing, huh?"
Is it really a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. She literally makes batches and batches of slime. Yeah, like they make slime, glitter slime, glow in the dark slime, stretchy slime.
But like, are we back to like the 90s and like Nickelodeon and like GAC and like all of that stuff? Because I am in for that.
No,
Oh my god! What was that show? You can't do that on
You
television.
can't do that on television, yeah.
I loved that show.
They slimed you, yeah.
I had a friend make me slime for fidgeting with.
Right.
Like when
Right.
I'm just like when I'm feeling anxious and like trying to do something, instead of like making noise and annoying people, I just have slime in my hand that I work
Which
around.
is better than a
Right.
stress ball because it's more oozy and fun.
Yeah, I don't
It
think
is.
stress balls are super great. I never enjoyed them.
And it doesn't annoy my wife because it doesn't make a whole bunch of noise like a
Right.
lot like some of those other fidget toys do.
Oh, that makes sense. Except if
Yeah,
you get
that's-
GAC, which is supposed to make fart noises on purpose.
Right. Well, the slime
Yeah.
can too. If you make it, you can
Right.
fold it into a specific shape, and then yeah. It's...
I'm glad you've learned that.
Listen, I'm 36, but I'm also like 8,
12,
and
right?
I will
Yeah,
make,
yeah,
and
me
I
too.
will. If there is a way to make a thing fart, I will find it.
Sure, we could be talking about Star Trek, but let's talk about this slime.
No, I'm super interested in why kids care about slime right now. Like, I don't even understand the. I don't understand. Wow, I'm so out of touch.
Yeah, and these poppers are the new thing too. You have these little popper things where you just pop them like bubble wrap.
Oh, no
Oh.
way.
I love my dad
It's a
was
different thing than actual bubble wrap, though.
No, it's weird. You just look up poppers, and they're essentially like they're this plastic little things, and you just go and you just their finger toys. I don't know. They're into
Oh.
these little finger poppers. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm already into them.
The 8-year-old
Just
in
looking at
Cali
these.
is very happy right now.
What are they?
My dad, he used to be before he retired, he was a science teacher for 8th graders, and if they got a 100, he would give 8th graders a little sheet of bubble wrap because everybody loves popping bubble wrap.
That's amazing.
And so that was a
Anne-Marie
really
has a question.
So it was a great, it was a great
Everyone
way to
wants
get
some of your daughter's toys.
Yeah.
yeah, everyone wants to play with your daughter's toys.
I know.
But yeah,
I'm
no,
su-
so
I'm sure your daughter is cool, but her toys sound amazing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She
I have
also
seen-
got. She's got 2 bunny rabbits, dude. That's a real life. She acts like they're her kids.
Oh,
Oh my
that's
god, I just
And,
got rabbits. I love rabbits as pets. They're awesome.
that's sweet.
Yeah.
What are the rabbits' names, if you don't mind me asking?
Cinnabon, and Boba.
Oh, they sound delicious.
It's a great day at the mall. Get boba and
It
cinnamon.
is a great day at the mall. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and
Well,
Krispy
Brandy,
Kreme is coming soon. So
There we go. There it
There you
is.
Randy, we do have a couple questions. You want to see if we can like throw a couple out?
We can try.
Yeah.
It's tough because the thing, but let me look at the list and see what's a good one.
Okay. This guy Ryan, man, he's always here when we have Sirach on. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Clippers.
Rooting for the Clippers. Oh no.
Yeah.
Now,
what is-
are these
sorry.
the Colbert questionnaire? We should probably give credit where credit is due. Are they the Colbert questionnaire questions?
Sure. Yes, they are. Yes.
These are awesome questions that Colbert asks on his late
We've
night
done
show.
James Lipton, so we're on
Yeah.
to Colbert. Best sandwich. That's a good one.
What's your favorite sandwich? That's the question.
Best sandwich. Yeah.
Best sandwich?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Ooh.
tough.
I know mine.
I like chicken salad sandwich is my best sandwich.
Oh man, that's a
Good
good
one.
My
Who's chicken
grandma
salad,
makes
though?
some amazing chicken salad. My grandmother's is the answer.
Yeah, I was gonna say because that's like that is a wide category. Because I am also a fan of chicken salad, but there are many ways to do it.
Many ways to yes, it's true.
See, I'm a Reuben. I love a good Reuben.
Oh, that's
I think that
so
would have to be.
New York of you. I feel
It
like
is very New York of me. It's also very South Jersey Cherry Hill of me. But
Oh, I'm gonna say shrimp po' boy then.
Dan wants to know what Sirach's favorite food is in general.
Got a favorite food in general, Sirach?
What is my
man?
Oh,
There it is.
Like to eat.
Eggs. I'm a fan of eggs and avocado.
I've
For me,
never
it's
liked chicken
chocolate.
salad. I have never liked chicken salad, so you guys can all have all the chicken salad you want.
You would love my. No, you would, I don't know if you would or not, but my grandmother's is better than some
It
old
might-
restaurant.
Well, no, you know what? I will tell you a really quick story. I think part of the reason is because the chicken salad that we have at my house is the soup chicken. Like my dad makes the most amazing chicken soup, and then he takes the chicken and makes a salad out of it. So it's kind of bland because all the flavors in the soup. So I don't understand why you're like
That's on you.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that might be where my dislike of chicken salad comes from.
Oh,
because
that's
I like
fair.
chicken.
That's fair. Right.
I like
right,
chicken. But...
All right. What's your favorite food in general,
Yeah,
Sirach?
pizza and cheeseburgers is pretty much. my
Yes.
favorite.
Yes.
Pizza. I could eat pizza every freaking day and not be sad about it.
Cheeseburgers.
Man,
According to Colbert,
Yeah.
cheeseburgers are a sandwich. So that
there you
counts.
go.
Okay, but is a bacon cheeseburger sandwich? Because then that's mine.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh yeah, for sure. For
meat
sure.
between like
Nice.
bread bun. So yeah, it counts.
We cannot do the sandwich debate.
No, we can't.
For the rest of the hour. Yeah, we need to
And
find
somebody's going to
another
bring up the gold dress, and then the whole hour is going to be gone. We can't talk about such things.
I like barbecue too. Let me add that on my list. Barbecue anything.
What style of barbecue, though? That's an important.
Okay, yeah.
Woo, man. Texas barbecue is good,
Okay.
Texas barbecue, yeah.
but the best barbecue I've ever eaten was in Chicago.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Yeah, Chicago. Yeah. Can I just throw out? There's a Korean barbecue place that finally opened in the Rio. So plans to check that out because I've never
Oh,
done
fun.
Korean barbecue.
Korean barbecue is also on that list.
Yeah,
Hell
yeah. That stuff's
Hell yeah.
good.
Yeah, it's one of the things I can't wait to do when we get out there because I've never done it. So
It's super fun
Mm.
and
Oh my
delicious.
god.
I am.
we're all gonna be
so
starving by the time this is over.
I already am.
I
This
know,
is-
right? Right.
Right?
Let's add to it and ask favorite smell.
Oh wow.
Is it food or something generic or
I have an answer. People
I
care.
do too.
we do, of course we care.
For me, it's lilacs.
Huh.
I have a lilac bush that I grew up next to, and
Oh, that's
yeah,
fun.
see, mine's very memory oriented too because my grandfather used to work at this restaurant, and they did hamburgers on their grill. So when you pulled up, if you got out of your car when you pulled up to the restaurant, that's what you would smell.
Yes.
But it's very like I've smelled it other places, but it's
Right.
that particular like the chow
That
wagon
particular,
barbecue.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my
It's
god.
got to be coffee for me.
Oh, that's
That's a
great.
good one.
Yeah. No,
I
that's
just-
very fair.
There are lots. Faith said books. That's a good smell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a good old book. That is a nice smell too.
Yeah,
I also
yeah.
like there is a. This is gonna sound silly, but I play roller derby, which means I skate a lot. The inside of a skating rink has a sort of distinct smell.
Yeah,
that is,
yeah.
like,
it does.
because of the wooden floor and what they finish it with.
Right, right.
Um,
And lots
and
of
it's-
shoe leather, I guess, or
and like obviously I don't like that particular smell doesn't mean anything to me, but the fact that it's a skating rink does because I
right.
love
Sure,
skating
of
so much.
course. Of course, yeah.
I just ordered a push popper for myself.
That's amazing. I just looked them up and that I totally get it now. That makes sense. Yeah.
A bunch of them are rainbow, and they looked really cute. So
I
I was
know.
like, "That's fun."
I
Did
know, I
Sirach
just
think of a
love
favorite smell in the break? Did we get an answer?
it. In the break.
Oh yeah, my favorite smell is California Kush.
Yes! Yes!
That is a solid answer.
Yes,
My
it
favorite.
is. There's no way to beat that.
As much as
Um,
I love cannabis, I can't make myself like the smell.
Oh, really?
Yep. I'm a big fan.
Oh.
I don't like the smell of marijuana, but I'm very pro its legalization. I just really hate the smell personally.
I don't necessarily like the smell, but it makes me happy because I'm like, ooh, somebody's got something somewhere.
Well, yeah.
Fun is about to ensue.
It's about to
Exactly.
happen. Oh, for sure, for sure. I
You know,
love.
there are celebrities who are doing like celebrity branded strains.
Yes.
Barack, I feel like that's a thing you should get in.
Ciroc.
You should get in on that.
Yeah.
Cisco Kush.
Yeah, yeah. I'm down. I want to
I was
buy it.
thinking
I'm down.
Doing the Star Trek.
Ryan is
OG.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Or
Ryan.
was
I
it-
think Ryan, you're a little biased, but all right, whatever.
Oh my God, Ryan, stop flirting.
Oh my God, stop. Get a room, you guys.
Keep flirting. It's adorable. Don't let them
I
tell
love
you
it.
otherwise.
I love it. That's right.
Ryan,
that's right.
you already got the gig as his partner on the Seventh Rule. Maybe you don't need to push so much.
I love it. I love it.
Um,
I don't think a lot of people know this one, but I love the smell of mimosas, the flower. Tree and
Oh, I was going to
flower.
say, I also enjoy mimosas. but
Right,
it's
right,
A flower. It's a
but,
flower. Okay,
no,
yeah.
it's
No,
not
it is a
different.
good flower. It's a really good flower.
Have you smelled it?
Yeah, both
Yeah,
my
I
parents.
love it.
Both of my parents are horticulture majors, so.
Oh, great. Yeah,
Oh,
I love
nice.
that and also honeysuckle, the like actual like plant.
Oh yeah,
It
that's
smells so good.
Honeysuckle's good.
You know what? I mean, the thing about having a convertible is just driving and like smelling all the smells when you're driving down the road.
All
And
the
some of it-
exhaust.
Well, some of it's amazing. Like if you pull up next to a PF Chang's, it's amazing.
That's amazing. That is so funny.
But
I
then
have
if
a
you,
sunroof. I guess it's close.
What's the
Well,
next
no-
question?
oh yeah, let's go next question.
Well, still got Ciroc.
Oh yes. Flat or sparkling water?
Flat water. Flat water, and it has to be spring water. I don't do distilled water really.
Oh, there you
That
go.
is the
All right.
correct answer, Sirach. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
For sure, for sure.
Fiji water. That's my
because
favorite flat
distilled
water.
water doesn't have any minerals in it, guys.
Right, it's got nothing. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
You know, so if you buy water that's distilled, it has no minerals in it.
It's
It's
nothing.
basically, it's not really beneficial. It's just plain.
Right. There's not. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
there's no
it's
vitamins.
not. It's less hydrating too, because it's actually because of osmosis. It's like sucking like the salt and stuff out versus putting it back in. So yeah, actually
What?
less
That's
hydrating.
what? Really?
Yeah, that's how osmosis works.
Yeah, so spring water is the best water. Yes.
Randy, dropping the science.
Yeah.
You need spring water
I don't
because it
know
has
how it
natural
affects
minerals in it.
fluoride, but
Yep.
I learned things today.
but it's good to have fluoride in the water too, because
Because your
then
teeth.
Because
I
mind control.
don't know about any of you guys, but I don't have dental insurance. So need that
Also,
fluoride.
just drink your tap water. It's fine, guys. It's designed to be drunk. I don't understand why people are so scared of their tap water.
Yeah.
Unless it's been contaminated, obviously.
Well, of course,
Well,
yes.
sure.
Your normal,
But yeah, but in general,
normally running out of your city tap water is designed
Unless
to
you
be
give it
drinking.
What?
Yeah. If you live in Flint, don't drink the water.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
if you live in
Sure.
Flint,
Yeah.
Yeah, if it comes out brown, you don't drink it. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
But Fiji water, there's something about Fiji water that I absolutely love. So that's
Are there minerals and
Ah.
stuff in it?
no, supposedly it's just as nature intended if you watch the commercials, but it feels like it's like
Believe a commercial?
but no, it's heavier, like there's a density to it, there's a different mouthfeel to it, and it gets super, super, super cold. Like I feel like it gets I feel like it gets colder than just any other bottled water I've ever put in the fridge. So I like Fiji water.
So, fun fact about the town that I was born in, Hamilton, Ohio, has won multiple awards at the Berkeley Springs International Water Tasting Competition.
Wow.
I would just like to say how we've talked about like 3D printing technology, and now we're just hardcore talking about water, and I love us. I really love who we are as people, that we're like, let's talk about what we get Sirach, we're all Star Trek fans, and what do we want to talk to him about? Water.
And smells and food.
Smells. Well, I mean, I also feel like it's stuff that you wouldn't normally ask someone, like
Right.
that. And it's interesting to see what goes on in someone's head outside of I'm thinking about Star Trek. So
Yeah, and like, that could have been the most simple answer ever, or you find out that he's got opinions on
he's got opinions about the water. He does. It's not just whatever's at the table. He's like,
though,
"This
as
water."
Faith pointed out.
Wow, that's
Oh,
very
wow.
Yeah.
Once again, as I said, when it's correctly done.
Right.
Well,
right.
look, see, Chicago tap water is good.
Yeah. New York City tap water is really good because it's not from New York City.
I drink the tap water here, and I only have one extra arm, so it's fine. It's totally fine.
Philadelphia water, like if you drink it out of a water fountain, always has a funny metallic taste to it.
Faith,
Well,
I
that's
had
probably
the
the water
same
smell.
question, and for me, the answer is rarely. Very rarely.
Well,
because even the things in my life that aren't related to Trek become related somehow.
Like, what's the water like on the Enterprise?
Well, I just
Out
said
of the
like they
replicator.
drink water in Star Trek. Otherwise, I
Definitely
wouldn't
have
care.
to, because
But
they're
we have a shout out
alive.
to Kazon, who had a distinct lack of water.
That's very
right.
So that is that. See, we can make it about Star Trek.
Is that
We
why
can
their
make
hair
anything
is so
Star Trek.
clumpy?
Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe
Actually,
it's cheese.
He's in the car now.
Oh yeah, we know how that goes. The
I
answer is
figured I'd
no.
get to better. I'd try to drive the better signal.
That's amazing. Oh, that's amazing. I love this one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, sorry, I just love this narrative that we're creating. Like it's almost like Sirach's just like, yeah, no, I can talk to you guys, and then it's just slowly we realize he's on the run from somebody.
Yeah, no, it's totally cool.
Fine, everything's
just tell
fine.
them
It's good.
I was there in the
Yeah.
room with you, and it'll be fine. Yeah, just make sure you say that.
What was
I'm
the
at an
question you had?
undisclosed location.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
In a bunker.
In a bunker. My question was, what's
Yeah.
one thing you own that you should really throw out?
Oh,
Right?
Isn't that a great question?
That is a great question.
Can I say myself?
No.
Nothing. I am such a hoarder.
I know. Something that I own that I should throw out. Mine would probably be a bunch of like cables that I will never use, but I feel the need to hold on to because what if I do need them?
Oh my god, I have an entire bin in my closet that's that way.
The problem is that I have like confirmation bias because I always end up needing one of them, and I'm like, you see, I have to keep them all because I clearly needed that one. So
for me, it's probably my middle school clothing.
Yeah, that should go.
I don't fit in it.
For me, it's probably my anxiety disorder.
Yeah, well,
only you could throw that out.
You were allowed to throw that one away.
Right. Well, geez.
And I mean, honestly, if your middle school clothing's in any, good shape, you don't have to throw it out. You can always donate it.
Well, so that's the thing. I listen. I don't love my body now, but when I was in middle school, I hated my body. So I was afraid of trying things on and then it not fitting. So I would just buy things in the largest size, which made me look worse. But so that means I have some middle school clothes that fit.
Actually do fit because they were too huge. Yeah.
Right.
No,
But here's the issue. Why do I want to dress like a middle schooler? That's why I need to get rid of it.
Good question.
Because everything that's old eventually becomes new again. So you know what? If the fashion comes back around.
That's true. There's 90s fashions that are coming back now, like high-waisted pants are becoming a thing again.
Fanny
and that was the thing
packs.
I personally am a fan of fanny packs. I'm not a fan of high-waisted jeans. I respect it, love it. People love it. It's fine. But fanny packs, I am
Fanny
such a
packs
huge
are
fan.
so useful, especially for guys because I don't have a purse, and sometimes I need more than like my pockets.
Also, you could buy a purse and use it if you wanted.
I could, but also I don't want to because then people ask you to put things in your purse. So I feel like a fanny pack is like it's attached to you and it's kind of small, so people won't stuff it. But if you have a purse, people will stuff that purse.
It hits that sweet spot perfectly. That's a good call.
You know what I like? I use my fanny pack when I ride my bike because it's perfect to put the iPod and the phone in, and then.
Oh, see, so smart.
Yeah.
The tights that I wear when I play roller derby don't have pockets, and so pre-COVID obviously is the qualifier, but before games I would have a fanny pack. That's where I kept my phone. It's where I kept like snackies, things, anything
They're
that I needed.
so handy. You know what? I actually have a couple of them, and I don't fucking care if anyone. Oh, sorry, bad word. It's fine though. I don't care. Who cares if I have a fanny pack on?
There you go.
I actually have too. I have started to use some of the cables from my box.
See?
And then it is true, things that are old, definitely, like, because my apartment, many of you guys know, was my grandmother's, so I just have so many books that I'm afraid to get rid of, because I'm like...
Absolutely.
Well, and here's the thing, some of them are straight up falling apart, but my grandparents both worked in publishing. And were also writers. And so there's all these books that were like limited edition that they were given as printing samples and things like that.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm just like, I don't know, what if it's worth something? But then I'm also like, what if I want to read it one day?
I know, no, it's true.
So all my walls are just covered in books. I have no shelf space. It's just books.
Yeah, books are something I don't think I would ever want to part with either. I have some of my grandmother's old stuff. I'm not sure I'd ever read it because she liked to read novels, but I'm like, it was my grandmother's. I have her own dictionary.
It is very funny though. To find things that are just so clearly like, why would I keep this? This is so outdated.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I still like, but also, there was one time I was with a friend and he was over and he's much taller than me. And I'm sitting there and we were watching TV and I looked up at the shelf that's way above the TV and I saw this hardback copy of the illustrated works of the illustrated hardback copy of the Kama Sutra.
You showed it to us.
Yes, did I? Oh
Yes,
my
you did.
goodness. Well, for those who haven't heard, so I had to ask this guy, I'm like, hey, would you mind grabbing my grandparents' copy of the Kama Sutra down?
That sounds like a Star Trek episode from season 7.
Oh, Nana.
Nana.
But it was...
you saw those books next to her chair, and one of those was the Kama Sutra.
For sure.
But in actuality, the
my
reason I
God.
wanted it was because I wanted to know if they'd purchased this for themselves or if it was a printing sample. And I opened it up, saw the notes written in, and I was like, okay, it's a printing sample.
Yes.
I don't
this
have
thickness of paper.
I don't have many physical books anymore, but the ones I do are like ones that are special to me, like my Klingon language books.
And the Kama Sutra.
And
Yes.
I actually don't have that, but I do okay. I
I have memorized.
Another panel after dark. I have the Star Trek Encyclopedia. I have
shout out to the Okudas. I love you guys.
Yes. Oh my god, they're so good. I love them dearly.
I do have those.
I have oh god, what else do I have? I have the Stellar Cartography, the map book.
I have that. I'm obsessed with that one.
Oh my god, it's so good. One of my roommate got it for me for Christmas one year. So good. And I actually have. I don't think it's like was ever owned by an actor or anything like that, but I have a script for Star Trek 4
that's fun.
I don't know if it was used or anything like that. A friend of mine just said he saw it in a thrift store or something like that, and he was like, "Oh, I have a friend who likes Star Trek. I'm going to."
I have a script from the first episode with the Borg. Q.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
that was Patrick Stewart's.
Wow.
Ooh.
It wasn't. It's not filled with many notes because it's one of like the very final scripts they had. So any of his like notes for his blocking stuff would have been on earlier.
Right.
Rehearsing, but there are a couple.
Wow, that's so cool.
That is cool. I don't think
my mom got it for me, and I started crying.
That is so cool.
No,
I guess they don't let you keep them, but like all of my scripts that I've done from stuff like I keep, but I guess if they don't let you keep them, that's a different situation.
Well,
sure.
I was on the set of Grace and Frankie. And there's just the bin full of like thrown away scripts.
Oh,
and I was on like a set tour, and I was like, but my mom was like, "Well, how about you just ask?" And I was like, "No." And then
mom say no.
Mom's like, "Can we take that?" He's like, "No." And I was like, "Mom, now you've outed me."
Right now, I can't do it because they're gonna know. Yeah.
But also, I could plead ignorance before.
Yeah.
Exactly. Ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Exactly. But Larry Nemeczek, Mr. Star Trek, has a lot of used scripts with notes and stuff. And if wherever he is, he usually has them. He gives them away, like raffles them off and stuff.
Oh.
He had Enterprise scripts, but I'm like, can I have? He's like, you have.
And he's a friend of the Lambda Quadrant as well.
Yeah,
he's amazing. I love him.
He is awesome, and it's just I'm like, can't I just have the script because you like me? No.
He and I schooled somebody who was being silly about Star Trek the other day. I had on Twitter. So I went like mini Star Trek Twitter viral with a tweet about what I would like to see from Star Trek. And it was basically just like, the quote unquote bad guy races. I would love to see the other side of that. So like, I would love to get like an exploration of like the Cardassian dissident movement, Klingon poets, musicians, scientists, Orion freedom fighters was a cool example I thought of that would be neat to see. And somebody responded saying something about like how we would never be able to have that for Romulans. And it's like, we like have specific examples of that from Romulans in the show.
Hello.
Exactly.
Or even just Tarsus.
What and
very famously in the Drumhead.
The captain of the ship that Troy's on when she's kidnapped, right? Like, I mean, she was kind of a stereotypical Romulan, but she was definitely not 100% on board with everything the government was doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so somebody was saying, well, no, that couldn't happen. And I'm like, how is your imagination that limited? Like,
right?
But also, did you watch the show?
Like, life would certainly be difficult for those folks, for sure. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Larry and I were on Twitter, like, schooling that person simultaneously about how his Star Trek was.
I could totally throw out an Enterprise reference here because in the episode where they kidnapped Phlox, to help fix the whole Klingon contagion thing,
right.
And they actually did have that conversation with the Klingon doctor where he's like, "Well, this isn't like the most honorable thing," and he's like, "But you're a healer." He's like, "Yeah, but I'm not a warrior." So there was that.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing that I really liked about the Klingons in Enterprise, especially, is because it's like, I mean, the typical Klingons that we know are in there, but we get, we had JG as the Klingon lawyer, right? And so like you do get to be like, oh well, the warrior class, but like the rest of us are out here I would love to see a deep dive about the guy who owns the Klingon restaurant on DS9.
I
guy
would
who's
love
serenade.
for him to have a cooking show.
He doesn't even have a name. I looked.
I would love a cooking
Wow.
show, like a la cooking YouTubers, where he's just.
We could just make that.
I know somebody we
You
know
don't have to
does
wait for it.
makeup.
You grab a handful of worms, you throw it
We
on.
have
You grab a handful of sauce and throw it on the plate. It's alive. Enjoy.
we have someone who speaks Klingon, someone who does makeup, someone who has filming equipment. That's all we need.
That's true.
It's actually really true. Well, we have to get us all in the same.
We have to get us all in the same room, but
You know what
we could do it.
Just really back to what Callie reminded me of with the lawyer and the doctor. That's an irony because Earth, I mean, if you're a doctor or a lawyer, like your parents must be so proud. But if you're a Klingon, nope,
Right.
not so
How
much. I love that
Well, I mean,
irony.
even like we see Cardassian law practice and how that works, and how like with Tribunal with O'Brien and how it's basically the whole point is to just justify the cop's decision. To arrest people. It's not like actually meant to give any sort of defense.
Right.
So it's like, in a way, being a lawyer or whatever it was called in Cardassia could be honorable. Even the guy who was like could be seen as a positive thing. The guy who's the defense, the guy who was like the defense guy who literally when he's like, what happened? And Odo's like, you won. He goes, they'll kill me.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
That was such a fun episode too. I don't know the person's name who plays that. He's oh my client is dead. That was wonderful acting. I love it very much. But I mean, we do see it a little bit here and there. It would just be cool, I think, and it bums me out, like, because another response that I got was someone saying about how, like, what makes it interesting is like predominantly human people going up against aliens, and these aliens are supposed to be a representation of some aspect of humanity. And I just thought, like, gosh, what a limited imagination you have to be able to not be able to think, like, could you imagine, like, taking the Cardassian dissident movement as an example? Like, do you really think there's not anything for us to learn about humanity in that story? And standing up against fascism?
I would love, because just think about how amazing it was to see Wayun 6. Of like, that is an example of like a Vorta that is, he doesn't not believe in the founders. He does believe that they're gods, but he believes that they're not necessarily omniscient and that their obsession with the Alpha Quadrant is a bad idea, but he very purely believes in Odo. But we also see in like Wayun 7, I think it is, who talks about being curious about aesthetics.
Right.
Because
yes.
it
would be nice to carry a tune.
Or just, I mean, one of my favorite moments is him just looking at Zial's painting that he was given, and he's just obsessively trying to understand art. And then he just asks Takira, is this good?
Right. Would this be more aesthetically pleasing if it were blue?
Well, what's interesting about that too is what it says about cloning.
Yes.
Right.
And I mean, I also talk about, there's that episode, it might be like The Ship or something, where there's the Vorta that's sent to even like, a female Vorta that's even sent to like negotiate with Cisco.
No, not Lauren.
I don't think it doesn't matter. But it's because there's a sick changeling in the ship and everything and that whole thing, which for some reason she's covered in makeup that it looks like TOS makeup, and I'm always like, what? But I truly believe, because they were so ready to pull out any stop to get that changeling back. I'm assuming that there was like and if we have to seduce Cisco, that'll work too. But the idea of trying to dress or act sexy when you have no concept of aesthetics.
Right.
And how maybe to a certain extent that's why the makeup was kind of weird. This
it's
is
like
someone
when I go out, I'm like,
this is obviously coming from someone who's
especially after spending like a year and a half inside. Like when I put on makeup now, I'm like,
I'm like,
makeup. I'm like
this is clothes.
I literally do like makeup artistry regularly, and I do makeup. You know, I've done makeup for student films and things like that, and I do like hardcore beauty makeup and everything. And I'm asexual, so I'm constantly like, like,
well, and I imagine that's probably part of Vorta field training, right? Because they make reference to the fact that there's field training,
have to be, right?
And so I imagine it's probably one of those things where whoever is in charge of that is like, okay, you just need to do this for this reason.
Yeah,
And
but that's why it looks almost formulaic and weird instead of true makeup artistry.
I just want to say that, and this is literally specifically for Randy. Nobody else is going to get this, but I just flashed on that one scene in the movie. I think we're alone now.
Yes.
So scared.
It is. It's a. Oh God! It's problematic because it was made a while ago, but it's a documentary about obsessed fans of Tiffany, the singer. Who sang, I think we're alone now. One of them is has Asperger's, and you feel bad for him at first, and then you don't. And it's a strange journey.
So the documentary chose the autistic person to be the villain because, of course.
No, he's the one that ran up to her with a sword at the courthouse many years ago that was in the news. And he's not a nice person. Like it's very strange. It's not, and I don't really think it's his like whatever. It's a long story, but it's very strange and it's very cringy. The other person is an individual who is intersex, and they are both obsessed with her, and it's just very strange. But they just follow them around, and it's a very cringy, strange. But
I think they both want to marry her at some point.
They both are convinced that they're in love with her.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. I want to go back to Star Trek.
I'm sorry, but I just had to say that.
That was your fault.
It's my fault, but something popped in my head.
I mean, I have an entire post on my Tumblr because of course this would go on Tumblr where I just was like, guys, hear me out. Is in the field training, do they have to teach Vorta how to have sex? Because this is one of the oldest expressions of diplomacy happens at night. So I was like, is that?
Are they fully programmed?
I was like, I mean, I'm just curious.
Techniques?
Well,
maybe not fully functional.
I can actually bring the I think we're alone now thing back around to Star Trek because Jeffrey Combs.
Why would you want to?
Because
we got past it.
No, I'm just. If this fits in with that, Jeffrey. For anybody that doesn't see it, Jeffrey Combs actually just posted on Twitter about people reaching out to his family and how
there's got to be boundaries. Remember to have boundaries.
Yeah, I totally shared that one all over the place. I'm like, whenever I do a
reaching out to his family for what?
Like just in general.
Fans.
Yeah, just as
being
fans.
like,
just like
I want to talk to Jeffrey.
Yeah.
I know that there were people who would call for those. My generation, we loved watching Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, and it was a great show, and it starred the Sprouse twins, Dylan and Cole Sprouse, and the actress who plays their mother on the show is actually their real stepmom. And she was talking about how often she'd get calls asking for like Zach and Cody.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, first of all, you've hunted down our phone number. You should know that their names aren't actually Zach and Cody.
Right. You went that far and didn't, yeah.
But she was also like, second, you've hunted down this far, you should know that they don't live at home anymore. Like that's pretty public knowledge. Like but she's also like, but stop calling. This is really creepy. And and they're not children, they're people who maybe grew up with the show, but it's
no, that's not cool. Don't do that.
Yeah, that's our that's our little convention 101 thing with Vegas Come. Not that anybody that we're talking to right now would do that, but
don't do that.
Since this is a public forum, we can say this is our PSA. This is our PSA. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
I'm like peripherally worried because I used to live in Britney Spears' dad's apartment, And like, if I did, it's still in the building here, but like, I'm scared that somebody might show up if they find that address because of what's going on right now.
Wow. Yeah.
Like, if they find that address, they could show up not realizing that he doesn't live there anymore.
Right.
And it's just,
I was like,
your gay ass and these kitty cat ears. Like, what?
It's so unfortunate, but it's easy to do now.
Yeah.
To like get addresses and stuff.
Remember that celebrities are
I know
real
what it
people
is.
who deserve just as much boundaries as anyone else.
Yeah, imagine if somebody came knocking on your door.
And
about
just
that, like,
because you know a lot about them,
10 years
that doesn't,
ago or
they don't know anything about you.
Yeah.
Right. No, you know what? I actually had that happen to me. It had nothing to do with any, like, it had nothing to do with being anything, but I was renting a townhouse. And I don't know who the hell told these people that I was thinking about moving. I actually wasn't thinking about moving. I had mentioned it offhandedly to somebody that I knew. And the next thing I know, people are knocking on my door going, I heard you're thinking about moving and I wanted to see your house. I'm like,
no.
Like, I said that
wasn't
as a,
thinking about moving before, but now I am, because clearly
I need to find a better place. Yeah, but like, I think somebody I knew, like peripherally knew, had overheard me say that. And next thing I know, people are knocking on my door.
No, don't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So that's it. Think about how you would feel if strangers came knocking at your door. So leave. It's the same thing.
Leave this for people.
I had, and this is not to humble brag. This is just sharing a real experience. I have a podcast that a fair number of people listen to, and I have had that experience, and it is not great. Nothing that creepy. Nothing that creepy, but just people feeling like they're completely entitled to your time and energy.
Right.
Hey,
He's back
in time, just in time to sign us off.
Yeah, I finally arrived.
We really do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is why we love you.
I love you guys too. I wish I could have got more of a steady signal, but that seems to be our thing.
It does. It does.
Totally our thing.
Well, I like right now with the sun behind you, it looks like you're with the prophets.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
This show is smiling down on you right now.
Oh,
yes.
I love it.
What is this thing called time?
In the last year and a half, who the bleep knows?
Right? That's how everything feels these days. What is this thing called time?
I don't know.
Hashtag 2020.
Oh.
Carl has a question.
Oh, what is it? Par social issues, just normal fans.
You mean like
Carl, fans not having boundaries?
Yeah, exactly. Are we talking about fans not having boundaries? Because if that's the case, we've got Sirach here to answer that question. Do you, without naming names or specifics, have you ever? Because we were just talking about fans not having boundaries when they meet you or see you.
Yeah. The only time that I think it's a problem is when somebody's in the bathroom.
Oh man!
Yes.
Oh man! Come on, guys! Come on!
No, don't.
Sometimes I'm in the bathroom and then somebody wants to talk about something. And I'm like, nothing.
Can we not right now?
Right, trying to.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to concentrate.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was Patrick Stewart, but it was someone on the Graham Norton show, and I feel like it was Patrick Stewart who said something like he hates going to the urinal because there's always someone next to him who looks at him and then immediately looks at his dick and then looks back at him and he's like, why did you do the second part?
Oh my god. That's
boundaries,
awful.
Oh no.
Boundaries.
Thank God for stalls, I guess.
Yeah. Private bathroom.
And then they say something slick like, I thought you were a captain.
What?
That's such a stupid thing to say.
What is wrong with people?
It took me a minute. Oh God. What is wrong with people? Why is that a thing? Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, I usually wait till after. At least let me wash my hands before, you wash your hands.
Yeah, exactly. You wash your hands.
I'm going to be watching. You're going to do it. And then
I'm watching. Yeah, exactly. After you wash your hands.
That's why Lambda Quadrant is bringing hand sanitizer with us.
Yeah, we are to Vegas. Woohoo!
Yes.
And also the bracelets.
Yep.
We have
I love those.
we have red, yellow, and green bracelets to say, okay, what level?
Sirach's going to be wearing all three. We've already covered that.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
He flashes a different one depending on who you are.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like Wonder Woman. Red, green, red, green. Walk down the hall. So parting thoughts before we sign off. Thank you for joining us today, sir. We really do appreciate it. Do you have any words of wisdom or anything for everyone watching out there?
No, I'm just support the Lambda Quadrant. They're doing their thing, you know. It's all about bringing people together. It's all about having fun and enjoying Star Trek and enjoying each other.
Amen.
And I'm looking forward to seeing everybody in Vegas this year. So
excited. It's coming up soon. It's like a little over a month away-ish, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Terrifying. I know. I'm excited.
I'm so excited just to get back to Vegas and then the Star Trek and yeah.
I'm excited for Star Trek. I'm not excited for Vegas.
Oh, see, I love Vegas.
I do not enjoy Las Vegas.
Oh, Vegas itself? No, I don't.
I love the convention. I love the people. I love Star Trek.
That is the one tap water that I will rag on, Vegas.
Yeah, that's fair. I would not. Yeah, that's very fair. That's very fair.
It's not
yeah,
very
what
good.
I like the best about Vegas is that it doesn't sleep. So the city is still alive and awake at 24 hours. So it lets the experience kind of
That's
drag on.
But I live in New York City regularly, so I'm like, I got that.
I mean, that's what they say, but I've been in New York and tried to go out, and stuff was definitely closed much earlier than I thought it would be. I was like,
then you ain't partying with me, Randy.
False advertising.
Also, you can't drink on Sundays before noon? What's happening? That's ridiculous.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we were trying to go to brunch in Manhattan, and they were like, no mimosas before noon. I was like, what the hell?
That's not the rules I've been following.
All right, well, where are you going to have brunch? Because I need to know.
Yeah, exactly. Never have that problem in Vegas. That is one thing you will never have that problem in Vegas.
That's true. You can always drink.
On the street, it's the best.
I don't know if it's the best.
Mimosa is the early drink. It's supposed to be the early drink.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, for sure.
No, you're definitely not the only one. And I thought it was maybe just because I hated the desert, but I was in Phoenix to visit my mom and my sister recently, and I loved it there. So I don't think it's actually the desert that
Vegas.
I hate. I think it is Vegas.
Yeah. No, Vegas is really a love it or hate it kind of city.
I will say one of my favorite thing about the Vegas Trek convention is that like you'll be like at a party that's like a Trek party, and then you'll know when the Trek party's ending because it goes from a bunch of nerds in uniforms just partying to suddenly like I'll be like in my TOS uniform, no one makes me uncomfortable, to suddenly like there'll be some people who are like, so you're wearing a mini skirt, and I'm like, oh, the different crowd has come in.
All of a sudden there are normies everywhere.
Shift switch there, the normies came in, yeah. And there goes Turok. That's perfect. Okay, well we can end there.
Because Jake heard that and he was like, no, I'm not going to be involved in this. Because Jake Sisko was raised to respect women.
Yes, indeed. I'm just trying to come back. Bless his heart for.
Yeah, no, it's the cigarette smell. It's not good for asthma.
That's very true.
That's
very true.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, Vegas hasn't caught on to the non-smoking thing yet. Most of the casinos in like Atlantic City have their own like smoking rooms, so that you can feel free to walk around like 90% of the hotel without. And
like,
go to the
still
casino.
Smoking. I was going to say no offense to someone who smokes, but yes, some offense to someone who smokes. That's killing you and people around you. Don't do it. But like, you're still smoking so much that they require to still have that in casinos.
The really, really old crowd.
I don't judge people for their vices. Just please don't smoke around me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, like I said, which is why Atlantic
people always smoke around other people, and secondhand smoke is a real thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, do it at home, but you shouldn't be doing it in a casino.
Actual question, because I know you can smoke cigarettes like everywhere in Vegas. Can you smoke weed? Because if not, that's stupid.
Right? It's so stupid.
That's stupid.
It's because gambling is federally regulated. It's not regulated at the state level. So and since it's still outlawed federally, they won't let you. You're supposed to. The Nevada law specifically says that you have
can,
to consume it in your home.
You can smoke weed outdoors. Yeah, but you
Outdoors.
can also smoke outdoors in smoking
Yeah.
sections of the casino as long as the outdoors section.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there's always edibles.
Not that I know. Not that I know.
I heard it somewhere.
Well, we already had the talk about our favorite smells, so I think we
Yeah, you really can't walk that back, Sarah.
Right. And before I go, and I want to apologize for that whole mini skirt reference. It was completely inappropriate.
I didn't even hear it because I think you went out. So now I'm just concerned.
He just told on himself. What was the comment?
Oh, are you making a joke about you being the guy?
Oh.
Okay. I was like, wait, what did you say? The internet time. That's
Okay. All right.
Wonderful,
That's
wonderful.
much better. No, Jake
job, guys.
Cisco would never, because Jake Cisco was raised
tired.
Yeah,
that's hilarious. I love it.
Too many double.
On that note,
and can't get it out of me. Sorry.
It's fine.
I love it.
It's all good.
All right.
All right, folks.
We're gonna leave it on that note.
We're gonna leave it on that
That's
note.
a good note.
Thank you,
a mic
Rock,
drop
for
note.
showing up. Thank you, team, for being here. Thank you, everyone, for coming by and watching. Come see us at Star Trek Las Vegas, 55998555Y5112. Whatever the hell it's called, I can't even deal with it anymore. We will be there. We will see you there. Sirach will be there. You guys watching will be there. Happy Pride. Thank you, Anne Marie, as always. Parting thoughts from anyone else?
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.